Good morning, everyone. I'm Gabriela Smarrelli, Senior Research Associate at the Center for Global Development. I'm delighted to welcome you all here and also our audience online to the Center for Global Development for this research workshop on school violence prevention and response. Many of you have traveled long distances to join us for this important conversation, and we are very grateful that you are here. It is truly exciting that we will spend the next day and a half discussing the latest evidence on the drivers and consequences of school-related violence, as well as the policies and interventions that can help prevent violence and strengthen institutional responses to address violence in and around the schools. Over the course of the workshop, we will learn from research done in 15 low and middle-income countries, and we will engage with evidence generated through a wide range of approaches to deepen our understanding of a complex issue that has profound effects on children's lives. We all in this room know that children face high levels of violence in and around the schools. And all of us here share a deep commitment to generating robust evidence and identifying innovative solutions to end school-related violence. This put us on a unique position to make the most of our time together, to use this space to exchange ideas, share feedback, learn from each other's work, to identify research gaps and priorities for new evidence generation, to build networks and foster future collaborations, and importantly, to work together to disseminate and amplify evidence that can drive meaningful action so that every child can be safe and thrive in schools. Many thanks for being here today. And without further ado, let me invite Maria Fernanda Prada, Senior Specialist in Education at the International Development Bank, to start the workshop with a session titled, What Works to Prevent Violence in and Around the Schools? This will be the first of 2 sessions discussing this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, for the introduction, and congratulations for organizing this amazing workshop. Good morning, everyone. As Gabriela said, my name is Maria Fernanda Prada. I work as an education specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank, and I also work and coordinate our joint agenda on the intersection between violence, education, and prevention. It's a pleasure for me to be here and welcome you to this first session on what works to prevent violence in and around schools. As we know, violence is preventable, yet significant gaps remain in understanding the most effective pathways to reducing violence and also enhancing children's learning and other academic outcomes and well-being measurements. Today's panel will bring together 4 rich pieces of research that illuminate different angles of this great challenge, with intervention targeting students inside the schools, interventions targeting parents as agents of change, interventions around school perimeters, and across broader education systems. Hugo Ñopo will open the conversation presenting the first paper, Can Attitudinal Changes Toward Reporting Curb Violence? This paper examines an intervention inside the schools in Peru that aims to reduce violence by transforming the norms and students' beliefs about reporting. This innovative intervention not only reduces violence, but also improves academic outcomes and prevents criminal engagement in the future. The second paper will be presented by Qing-Yu Hu. In this paper, we will move focus from classrooms to homes, to parents. From empathy to education opportunity, evaluates parent-directed empathy programs delivered during middle school. By enhancing empathy and parenting practices, the program improves socio-emotional outcomes in the short run and later influences key milestones such as dropout prevention and admission to elite schools. Then we move to our third paper, to the school perimeter, a critical but often overlooked space. Eleno Castro will present Breaking the Gang, an evaluation of escuelas seguras in El Salvador. which deployed preventive police patrols around high-risk neighborhoods. They don't only find that the program is effective in preventing gang recruitment, but also reduce dropouts and have great impacts in the longer run. The final paper steps back to examine the global evidence on the impact of these prevention interventions on educational outcomes. Professor Karen DeVries will present the results of a systematic review, reassuring that violence prevention programs do not harm educational outcomes, dispelling a common concern among policymakers, but also highlighting that reducing violence alone does not automatically improve learning, and this underscores the importance of embedding violence prevention within a broader education system strategies. So we're going to invite each of the panelists. They are going to have 15 minutes for the presentation, and afterwards we're going to have a round of an open discussions with your questions around 25 minutes. And with all of this, thank you, and let's begin. Hugo?
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity of presenting this paper. This is joint work with Miques Biachi, Osvaldo Molina, and Italo Gutierrez, Preventing Youth Violence Through Schools, Evidence from a Large-Scale Randomized Trial in Peru. This is an RCT we did almost 10 years ago. And now and by that time, we already saw some results. Now we're seeing some long-run results that I would like to share with you in this presentation. It's not here? But it's there. It's fine. It's there. So basically, the motivation of this paper, the point is that, well, violence is prevalent in schools, and particularly in developing countries, and particularly for these early adolescent days. So with that motivation, then our question is, are there interventions that can curb that situation? Can social norms discourage this violent behavior for individuals? Can changes in attitudes towards reporting the violence play a role? And the answer is yes, and this is what we have in this paper. I know the time will be very scarce, so I have this very, very first slides where we summarize the paper, basically saying that, well, what we have is this RCT, this experimental variation from school intervention that the Ministry of Education performed, as I already said, 10 years ago in Peru. And there were basically two components. One, an online platform to report violence, and then creation of awareness in the school community about the importance of reporting and the social norm about this lower tolerance and a sense of security, especially when reporting it. We went to 66 schools, targeting around 20,000 students from the first 2 years of secondary school, first and second year of high school, students between ages 12 and 14. We combine the baseline, the end line, administrative records from the education system in the short run, and then some even police reports in the longer run to identify different sorts of outcomes. In the very short term, in the end line, what we see is that reporting of the violence increases importantly when that platform is there and when the awareness of using it and the climate for reporting it is there. The reporting increases, the violence drops, then sometime later, the dropouts get reduced, school switching get also reduced, and we try to look for registration into college. We didn't detect treatment differences in registration into college. But there is something also very interesting, which is for those who register for the college admission exam at the major university in Peru, Universidad de San Marcos, what we saw is that those treated individuals got higher scores in the admission exam. So this is an interesting result. Also, what we see 4 years after the intervention is that school violence in the surroundings of the school get dropped, and incarceration and reports of criminal behavior by those kids who were between 12 and 14 by the time of the intervention, 5 years later, when they were like between 17 and 19, gets also substantially reduced. So basically, this is the results that we have in the paper. Well, I already mentioned that. And so with this preview of the result, outline of the results, let me just briefly go through the structure of the paper we have here. I already mentioned school violence is very prevalent in Peru. Not only it is prevalent, but also it is the case that victims regularly, or most of the victims, will not ask for help. They will think that the system, it's not worth to report this into the system, and there is a culture of not reporting, not acting towards that violence that is there. They just accept it. And so within that context, I will have to skip many slides. Within that context, by 2011, the Ministry of Education created this platform, the CCB platform, an online platform to report events of violence. Not only by the victims, not only by the students, but also teachers, parents, all members of the school community could report violence seen in the school system there. This is the Yes We See platform. The report was anonymous. The report was sent to the central offices of the Ministry of Education, and then there was a clear protocol of how to treat those reports, such that there is no stigmatization neither of the victim nor of the perpetrator, and everything was treated with clear protocols on how to proceed in each of those circumstances to create this sense of belonging in the community and not stigmatize individuals, trying to keep them in school, maintaining them in school. That was the ultimate goal. That's the intervention that's the platform and the intervention that started in 2011. It turned out that by 2015, 4 years later, the platform was not so much used. The Ministry of Education detected that the usage was very low. And so they designed this intervention, an intervention to promote the use of the platform. And so by that time, when in 2015, the Ministry of Education decided to go and select these schools that I will tell you in some minutes, to understand why is it that there is low usage, we went with our RCT to detect all the elements that we're seeing here. So basically, that intervention, that incentivized intervention, tried to motivate the school community in general to use the platform in 5 3-hour sessions that lasted for a little bit more than a month in the schools, generating this awareness and the sense of the general sense that to report was okay, and there was this social norm about reporting it. Basically, the intervention consisted in different workshops, different communications, different dynamics in the school, in the classroom, with students, with teachers, and with the community. They even had some interactive activities, role-playing, music, creation of models, campaigns. So all these sorts of ways in which the community can engage into creating this social norm in general. They even had a marathon at some point in one of the localities. Everything that the community felt was interesting or important to create that awareness and to invite everybody to use that platform. With this, we had that experimental design such that we went to 66 schools. 32 treatment and 33 control. In these 66 schools, we had like 20,000 students from the first and second grade of the secondary. And so we had information on all these individuals. The randomization worked well. We have a balanced set of characteristics for individuals and for schools. These are the school characteristics, and these are the individual characteristics. Everything is balanced. The randomization worked well back in that time, back in 2015. These are the schools, mostly in the coastal and Indian regions of Peru. Some of them are in the Amazon, but most of them are in the coast and in the Andes. And so how did we collect data? We collect data from the baseline and the end line with the specially designed surveys to detect whether individuals report, whether are they bystanders or not, if they identify perpetrators, if they can call the names of the perpetrators, etc. We combine that with police records of what happens in the surroundings of the school by the time of the baseline and the end line. I will show you the details of the time in some minutes. We also combined that with administrative records of the education system to detect dropouts, to detect school switchings, to detect grades of the students. We didn't find much results on grades, but I will let you know. I will tell you more about this. And then we combine that with some other administrative records to identify whether individuals apply to college or not, and what scores do individuals get when applying for college some years down the road. And then we add on top of that another layer of data about information on adult crime, whether these individuals in the later years committed any sort of crime. And these are confidential police records that were matched to the individuals in an anonymized way. We didn't do the matching. The police and the Ministry of Education did the matching, and they gave us the data to work in that way. So these are these different layers of data that happened in different moments of time that allow us to see these short-run and long-run effects of this. And this is the timeline. Basically, what we have here is that is there a pointer? But there is no, there is no pointer. Okay, so this is basically the timeline. The intervention happened in the year 2015. 4 years down the road after the platform was created but not used. So by the beginning of the school year, say in March, April 2015, we collected the baseline. Then by the end of that school year, by October, the intervention happened. All these workshops and 5 3-hour sessions in each school happened by the end of the year. And then it came the summer break, and then it came the next academic year, 2016. So we collected information in 2015, in 2016, and then we have the police data for 2018 and 2019 for adult crimes, and we have the college entrance exams data for 2018, 19, and 20. This is the timeline of all the data and the intervention here. Being this an RCT, a perfectly balanced or a well-balanced data, the equation to estimate is pretty simple. It's pretty simple. The treatment is there. We control for some characteristics. We play with controlling and non-controlling. I will not get into the details of that. And who will tell me about the time? Will you tell me about the time? You will tell me about the time. Okay. Am I doing fine? Great. So we have some short-run effects of the intervention. We ask ourselves, did the program change the actor reporting? Did it change the beliefs? Did it change the attitudes? And what we see is that the reporting increased in the treated schools. The likelihood of reporting, the probability of reporting increased. Not only this probability of reporting increased, but also the number of reports per school increased. And bystander behavior dropped. Then the effects on beliefs and attitudes. The attitudes toward reporting increased, the attitudes toward accepting violence dropped by is not significant, and the beliefs about violence and education drop. Those are indexes that we construct out of the questions we have in the baseline and endline survey questionnaires. And these are some other indexes we construct out of a battery of indicators that we have in schools. And well, school violence dropped by 0.6 standard deviation, 0.06 standard deviations in the indicator. 1 minute, okay. And well, the carry of weapons, violent crime in the surroundings of the schools also dropped. And let me quickly go into the long-term effects. School dropout, some years down the road, dropped. Also, it happens to be that when there is a school violence, kids decide to switch schools. One can we can ask ourselves what will be the outcome of this, or what will be the impacts of that school switching. But we measure school switching, and school switching goes down also after this intervention. This is what I already anticipated to you. The application to college. There are no treatment effects on the application to college, but among those who did apply, there are some important treatment effects on those who took the test and the scores they got, and the impact is pretty sizable. It's like 0.10 standard deviations on the entrance exam for those 6,000, almost 7,000 students who took the entrance test at Universidad de San Marcos. And then crime. Police reports dropped. And this is also very interesting. So we measure police report, self-reported perpetrators in the baseline. So individuals who, in the baseline of the intervention, report themselves as being perpetrators. But we look at not only those who report themselves as being perpetrators, but also what happens when other individuals name students as perpetrators. And this is the peer nomination. Peer nomination, if they are nominated at least once in the surveys, or if they are nominated more than once. The treatment effect is non-significant. So overall, for all, there are no significant effects on that. But the interaction between the treatment and being a perpetrator is what turns to be significant. So this intervention is important for those who were perpetrators in the younger ages, to not commit crime in the later years, in the 4 or 5 years after the intervention. And I'm just finishing with this. We did some robustness check that you can check in the paper and we can discuss later on. Basically, let me just conclude that this simple intervention targeting students proved to be very, very cost-effective, not only in the short run, but also in the long run, changing norms in the school community. And it's important to emphasize the non-punitive approach of the intervention, trying to maintain everybody in the school after the reportings with clear scaffolding of what to do for each particular circumstance. So this is a simple intervention, cost-effective, that is having long-lasting effects that will be interesting to analyze. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, the organizers, for including our paper into this fantastic workshop, and very excited to share this paper with this special group of audience. And this is a paper about evaluating a unique parent hierarchy intervention, and we hope that we can better address the issue of school bullying. And this is a joint work with Fabio Cunha from Rice University and Yiming and Naibao from Southwestern University of Finance and Economics in China. Okay, so bullying, which I believe is a topic that is relevant for all of us. We all grew up from adolescence. a period full of joy and happiness. However, sometimes it is also dangerous and vulnerable. And the bullying has been shown to be one of the major sources of this vulnerability during this particular period. So according to official statistics, 1/3 of the youth are currently involved in bullying. The consequences of bullying and victimization are well documented. So there are already a lot of literature talking about that those victims are more likely to be associated with worse mental health status, worse academic skills, abilities, and the bullying even causes suicide or suicidal thoughts. And these adverse consequences can persist further until their adulthood. However, we still know little about why kids bully and how we can better address bullying. So one key reason that why kids bullying can be related to these low levels of non-cognitive skill, in particular due to low family and school investments. So developmental psychology literature has pointed out that usually the bullies, they tend to be more associated with like having lower level of empathy skill. So empathy here means the ability that you can feel and detect others' feelings, and is always considered as an important social emotional skill. But what is also lacking is that in the literature, we still know very little about whether these type of social emotional skills are more malleable during this adolescence period. And in terms of the solutions, so most of the existing anti-bullying programs, they tend to be apply this whole school approach. So usually they tend to involve multiple agents, so including schools, teachers, communities, and the families. And sometimes these type of program can cost like thousands of dollars to just remove one bully. And also there's also some evidence showing that some of the effects can only be persistent in the short run. Okay, so here comes our paper. To bridge the research gap and also inform policy, we design and evaluate a unique parent-directed intervention. And specifically want to see whether a parent-directed intervention designed to foster non-cognitive skill, and in particular empathy skill, can help change parental behavior and help adolescents form non-cognitive skill, in particular empathy, and more importantly, whether it can produce these additional indirect benefits, that is reducing school bullying incidents. And on top of that, we're also going to ask this more ambitious question, that is, if we see the effects in the short run, then whether these type of effects can persist or just fade out in the long run. Okay, so in the interest of time, I will just jump directly into giving you more details of the program. So there are 3 key features of the intervention. The first one is it's parent-directed. So what we do is we target the parents, and we look into the family circle, and we want to educate, we want to help adolescents form empathy through this type of family education. Number 2, the feature is, so in terms of the content, so we embed a curriculum developed by psychologists, and then the content is everything about empathy. So nothing specifically mentioned about bullying. The content also includes these 2 key features, education and the coaching, which are the two key aspects of being a parental involvement program. And I will show you more details in next slide. And then the third feature is it's actually a clever use of social media. So what we do is we design a mobile app and embed this app into a social media platform. And all the materials are uploaded on this platform, and the parents and the children can easily access all the materials. So the advantage of using the mobile app is that it automatically comes with a tracking feature, so that we researchers can know like who registered the program, whether they finished the test or not. So basically increases the trackability a lot. And then the other advantage is it also makes this like the reuse of the materials quite easy. So you can consider like designing the mobile app just a one-time fixed cost. And then it also increases the feasibility of scaling up in the future. Okay, so this is how the curriculum look like. So the curriculum was developed by psychologists and motivated by 2 classical books. And so the whole intervention lasted for 4 months. So basically, each month, there's a monthly topic. And in total, our intervention includes the topic, for example, empathy, perspective taking, value of uniqueness, and experience. And the way that we convey this program to the parents and the students, we through this like parent-child reading task and the movie task. So here, we also did a summary of what is going on in this curriculum. So basically, you can see that in general, for each monthly topic, we deliver 2 biweekly reading tasks and 1 movie task. And usually the first reading task will be more emphasized on explaining the concept to the parents and then telling them why this concept is important, so more corresponding to this education feature. And then the second reading task is more about providing detailed examples and detailed how-to procedures to educate and then to let parents know like how they can incorporate this concept into their daily parenting practices. So more corresponding to this coaching feature. And other details about implementation is these interventions we implemented in 2 large middle schools in China. So in total involving around like 2,200 students and the parents. And then, so half of the classes were randomly assigned to this treatment group, so they will receive all those programs. And then the other half is just a pure control group. Okay, so the other thing that we did is in the paper, we try our best to did a very thorough literature review. And then because in economics literature, papers about bullying is quite scarce. And then we try our best to include as many as like RCTs possible published in interdisciplinary work. And then what we find is many RCTs, they are curriculum-based type of programs. And then the goal, they usually involve like training the school teachers and the staff. And then the other thing we find is only 9 out of 71 RCTs are implemented in low or middle income country contexts, where very sadly, the school bullying is way more severe and the prevalence. And then in contrast, our program is, we have this very unique feature of targeting parents. So our intervention is more like a parent-directed intervention. So we try to highlight the role of parents in the formation of social-emotional skill among adolescents. And the other thing is also our intervention is more coming towards this positive angle. So we are not saying like bullying is bad, you cannot bully others, something like that. But rather coming from this positive angle that students can be more empathetic and then so further reduce bullying. But what is common is that the way that we collect measures of bullying, so similar as others, we also use self-reported measure, but we try to collect as detailed measures as possible. And in the econometrics analysis, we also use rigorous method to account for potential misreporting. Okay, so key findings. In the short run, so the participation, everything is voluntary. We cannot force parents to participate. So from the data exported from the app, we find that about the take-up rate is about like 40%. And then in the short run, we find the intervention works. So it indeed changed parental behavior. It indeed improved adolescents' non-cognitive skill, in particular empathy. And importantly, it also significantly reduced bullying in all dimensions. So we find that it reduced bullies, reduced victims, reduced witness, reduced bystanders. So we firmly believe that bystanders really play a huge role, crucial role in preventing bullying in this context. And our intervention also works in reducing bystander proportion. And then in the longer run, so what we do is we track the students for another year. And then from these second round follow-up data, we find that the effect on bullying reduction still persisted. And then the other thing is we find the effects on students' non-cognitive skill kind of become insignificant, but the magnitude is like only reduced by 0.02 standard deviation, so it's not that huge. Interestingly, we also find suggestive evidence that there's positive norm kind of changing and going on. So we find that the students in the treated classes, they are more likely to strongly agree that bullying is never acceptable under any circumstance. And they also agree that their parents and the friends also have the same belief as themselves. So it's more like we measure this first order belief and also second order belief, and then kind of suggesting these positive norm is going on. And this is also consistent with and also help us explain why we can see this persistent reduction on school bullying. Which is this one is like more exciting. So basically what happened is last summer our youngest cohort just graduated, and so we collected this admin data. So they have to attend this high school entrance exam. So a bit of context is that in China we have this 9-year compulsory education system, which means that right at the end of the middle school you have to decide whether you want to continue the education or not. And usually attending this high school entrance exam will be a signal that you will continue this education trajectory. So what we find is through this admin data, those treated classes students, they are significantly less likely to be absent from attending this entrance exam. And we also see that they are more likely to be admitted to elite high school. So because the admin data also give us the test score outcomes, so we can also evaluate whether there's any changes on the like more of the intensive margin. So the way that we do is we calculate this test score and then transfer that using this percentile rank. And what we find is there's also significant improvement in this percentile rank. So which means that in the long run, our intervention works, and the benefit go beyond just reducing bullying, but also boosting the longer term student academic outcomes. Okay, so finally, we also did a cost-effective analysis. So our intervention only costs $16 to reduce one bully, which is less expensive compared to most of the whole school approach type of intervention. So for example, here, the very famous always whole school bullying prevention intervention, they cost about like $11,000 per victim spread. Also, to give you a better sense of the number, so our costs lie in between Ellen and Clauser's Turkish classroom intervention and Cozy and Clauser's mentoring program. Okay, so 1 minute. Okay, so to conclude, we design and evaluate a unique parent-directed intervention. We find that the intervention works, and it creates these benefits to both the parents and the students. We also find that empathy can be learned, although not that easy. More importantly, we find that in the longer run, the intervention, there's no negative crowding out effect, but rather kind of boosting the students' longer term test score and longer term development. So another thing is our intervention is really like cost effective, and last but not least, so we are really interested in looking for potential collaborators in kind of implementing these intervention, maybe in other contexts or feasible to like scaling it up. And then we're really excited to see and curious to see whether that what results that will give to us. And that's all I have. And thank you for your attention.
Hi everyone, my name is Eleno. Today I'm going to present this paper, Breaking the Gun, a preventive approach to reduce recruitment in school. This is a joint project with Felipe Coy, also with Maria Michales Biachi and Carlos Schmidt-Padilla. Let me start by motivating the question first. Well, around Latin America and also in other countries, we have this problem in which criminal organizations control large part of state territory. We have to mention a few examples: Mexico, Rio de Janeiro, and also what used to be El Salvador. And we also may think about some policies that could try to address this type of problems, but could be sometimes ineffective. For example, if we think about having policy or incarceration, this can create a lot of local violence in those areas. Or if we think about behavioral intervention or cash transfers, for example, this could be very hard to deliver in those places in which these criminal organizations have a strong control on. And even if this type of policy works, one other problem that we may face is that the strategic response of these guns would be to increase recruitment, right? So, and in this context in particular, it means recruit teenagers and adolescents. And this basically would renew this criminal cycle and like maintain this territorial continuity of these gangs in those areas. So an important question that we should try to answer is, can reducing recruitment prevent the expansion of organized crime? But to answer this question, we need to know two things that we don't have, at least in the literature, very clear. The first one is, how can we stop the recruitment of children into gangs? And the second one is, does reducing recruitment affect long-term criminal involvement in gang activity? So that's why these are the questions that we are going to try to answer today. We are going to use a very specific example of a policy that happened in El Salvador called Safe School Program that was implemented by the Ministry of Justice and the UNDP, which increased police patrolling during the school at entry and exit hours to protect students from gun exposure. To estimate the result, we're going to use synthetic defensive, and we're going to compare the schools that were treated against some schools that were pre-selected into the program, but in which the program was never implemented because it was discontinued for political reasons. And the main finding that we have is that this program was really effective in reducing dropout rates at the typical gun entry ages, reduced youth recruitment and juvenile detentions, also reduced long-run gun-related crime and extortion, and also we don't see displacement of prostitution into adult recruitment as a strategic behavior of these guns. So let me talk a little bit about the background in El Salvador. When this program was implemented in 2015, El Salvador was the had the world highest homicide rate, so it was considered the country most dangerous or with the most violence in the world. This was largely driven because of these two guns, the MS-13 and the Barrio 18. These two guns operate like small autonomous cliques in which each clique controls a small neighborhood. And you can think these cliques as a franchise. And basically, these guns, the most of the revenue of these guns is coming from extortion of local businesses. And in this context, extortion is labor intensive. And so leaders usually target adolescents and teenagers for recruitment because two things, they are easy to coerce into violence, and also because they face less legal consequences. So as a result of this, what we see in the data is that the average age of entry into this gun is around 15 years old. Usually children start as lookouts, and eventually they progress to collecting extortions. And also very important to know is that children in these controlled areas may have very specific knowledge or local knowledge that is very hard to substitute with outsiders. So as I already told you before, this recruitment ensures this territorial continuity despite this high turnover due to incarceration or even or death that we see in the data in the case of El Salvador with these high homicide rates. And as you may expect, a school in these controlled areas are the primary recruitment hubs, basically. So in this context, the Ministry of Justice and in the government at the time create this policy basically to prevent the interaction between students and gangs. So the program has two main components. The first one was patrolling around the school during entry and exit hours. And also they have talks once a year, if I remember correctly, in which the police talk about why they were there and what are the consequences of joining into gangs. The patrolling component consists of having 3 to 5 officers patrolling around the school during peak hours. Very important is that they came from existing local police units. There was no increase in the staff. And also there was explicit guidelines to focus basically to prevent gun-student interactions. And for the non-treated school in those neighborhoods, the police force continue with their normal patrolling. So here we can see some picture of the program. In this graph, we can see the patrolling events, and we see that the program took place as expected. We see that there is an increase on patrolling only during entry and exit times during the day. We don't see any difference on patrolling events during other times. And the data that we use, we combine administrative and spatial data in different levels. We have a school level data in which we have dropout and program implementation. A school perimeter, we use police activity, gun profiling, incarceration, and also we use data at municipality level in which we have crime and youth detention. We also are going to show you some results at the student level in which we have a student characteristics to know in which type of a student this program is more effective. And for the identification strategy, again, we use synthetic defensive, and we compare the treated school against this school that were pre-selected into this program, but in which the program was never implemented. So for the short-run effects, what we find is that the program reduced the dropout rates. We can see here that there was a reduction of about 35% with respect to the control mean. If we zoom in into this dropout, we see that this is largely driven by in those grades in which match with the gun entry ages, which is between 6th to 9th grade. And in those grades, actually, we see a stronger dropout, a stronger reduction in the dropout rate, which could be about 50%. Also, we see that there is a reduction in the new recruits in those areas. We see also there is a reduction in the teen detentions. And very important to notice here that is just related with gun-related activities or crime. We don't see any reduction for non-gun related crime, which makes sense because the program is not expected to have any effect on those type of crimes. For the long-run effects, we see that affected or a cohort that were exposed to the program are less likely to be incarcerated in 2018 and 19. For example, if we see in the graph in the right, in the 2019, we see that the cohort that is between 18 to 19 years old, we see that they're less likely to be incarcerated. These people were between 14 to 15 years old in 2015 when the program was implemented. So it's the people who was exposed to the program. We don't see any effect in upper cohorts. And if we zoom in on why now these people is being less incarcerated for, we see that also is because there is a reduction in the gun-related crimes. Also, we see a reduction in homicide rates and in extortions. And again, we don't see any reduction in non-gun-related crime when they are adults. And when we aggregate the data at the municipality level, we also see the reduction in the extortion and in the homicide rates. This is this is coming more slowly because we expect that the effect that it will have of recruitment is not going to be immediately in the gun activity. So that's our hypothesis, but we do see that this is decreasing over time. Another question that we have is like if putting more police there would increase local violence. At least in the data, that's something that we don't see. If that was happening, we should expect to see an increase in the incarceration rate, but that's something that we don't see. We see actually completely the opposite, in which there was decreasing. And also, if we see other type of police violence, like for example, the probability of homicide committed by a police, we don't see any changes in that type of violence. And also, the interesting question that we wanted to answer is who is the people most affected by the program? And we managed to see if some students have links with guns when they were exposed to the program. For example, if they have a civilian that was incarcerated or other type of relative that was incarcerated. And in those type of cases, we don't see any effect. Actually, it's completely, the effects are a little bit attenuated, which makes sense because maybe these people was already connected to the guns, so this program is not going to prevent that type of connection that they have. So this is very useful for the average type of students. So for the other type of students, I think that we still need other type of policy to prevent them to join into gangs. And also, we see if there are any different effects on those places in which we have more than one gang competing for the territory, and where we see that in those type of places in which there is more gang competition, we see a stronger effects. And we see a higher decrease in the dropout rates, recruitment, and also in the incarceration. Well, incarceration is not significant, but is going in the same direction as the other ones. And also we have special effects on gender. We also see that it reduced the dropout rate for girls. We also see a reduction in the teen pregnancy test. And well, we don't have a significant effect for teen pregnancy-related visits, but they are going also in the same direction as the other results. Which also this is very important because sometimes in this type of context, girls are overlooked. So in the main paper, we have a more sophisticated responses to this question, but one question, but I will just answer this one very briefly. Do gangs offset recruitment losses by targeting the other schools? We don't see that in the data. Actually, we see that there are a kind of small spillovers around other schools, even though these are very attenuated, but at least we don't see any evidence of they are like increasing recruitment in other schools. And do they shift recruitment towards adults? Also, we don't see that. Why this strategic response was so limited? We have two hypotheses. The first one is that extortion revenues cannot absorb higher recruitment costs. This is especially because extortion is not as profitable in those areas as you may expect, because usually gangs do extortion on very poor and small firms. And also the other hypothesis that we have is that youth cannot substitute veterans members. Young recruits require time and training. So if this gang heavily discount for the future, they may not adjust immediately when they see an increase in the recruitment cost. So as a conclusions, what we try to show in this paper is that targeting child recruitment improves human capital and reduce long-term gang involvement. And in this type of program, we also see that girls also benefit from this type of programs. We don't find evidence of displacements nearby other schools or substitution into adult recruitment. And this could be an alternative to other type of policies that we have seen recently, like mass incarceration and crackdowns in low capacity settings. And that's all. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I just check you can hear me okay. Good. Let me try to work the clicker. Oh, it's coming. Okay. In the meantime, thanks so much for having me here. My name's Karen DeVries. I'm a professor of social epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And I'm super excited to be at a meeting for 2 days that is all about school violence, because I've spent quite a number of years working in this space. And I should also say that I come at this very much from a public health perspective, and I know we've got a bit of a economics, epidemiology thing. So at any point, if you don't understand what I'm saying in my public health language, just give me a shout and we will attempt to translate over so that we can talk between disciplines. Okay, so I am talking today in this session about violence interventions that are delivered in schools and whether these can actually improve educational outcomes. And I'm building off work that my team, in particular my colleague Emily, has been leading. She's been doing a massive systematic review where she's gotten literally all of the trials of any interventions that have been delivered in a school to prevent violence. And then various analyses are kind of taking deep dives into those. And so this is one of them. So here we all know and agree, and is enshrined in the UNCRC, that children have a right to live a violence-free childhood. And schools actually, I think, are a fantastic potential platform for violence prevention more generally. And I think, as a public health person, I get really excited about the schools as a platform idea, because I'm like, yeah, kids are in there. We've got, lots of opportunity to teach and impart core skills. But I know also that all of my other public health colleagues think the same. So the nutrition folks down the hall are like, great, we're going to do all our nutrition interventions in schools. The mental health people are like, great, we're going to solve mental health in schools. So I think it's important for us to kind of flip it around and think about this from the school's perspective. So think about, how do we pitch violence prevention as a thing that is helpful for schools and for education? And in one way, we don't have to make that much of an argument, because part of the core mission of schools is to help with children's kind of social and emotional development. And of course, violence prevention interventions do just that. And we also know there's really good longitudinal evidence that experiencing violence in childhood is associated with poor educational outcomes later on, so it's pretty indisputable. But sometimes, and fellow panelists have already alluded to it this morning, what we hear from very busy head teachers in schools who might be really focused on ensuring good exam results is that we've got lots of things to do. We don't have time to implement this. We're worried that it's going to take away from our focus on core learning outcomes. So in this review, we are actually trying to see what the evidence says about this question of whether violence prevention interventions delivered in schools can improve children's educational outcomes. So this massive systematic review, as I mentioned, there's kind of a parent systematic review to this, and I'll just draw your attention to the yellow boxes here. So in the parent review, this is of all trials of any violence interventions in a school, we found 160 articles. So what we did was then carefully screen through all of those to see which ones, in addition to looking at violence, also actually measured an educational outcome. And so what we found there was 13 papers that reported on 12 different trials that actually measured both violence and educational outcomes. And I should make it clear that the bar to kind of get into this review was high. So we wanted violence outcomes that were kind of gold standard. So it was about violent behaviors. It was self-reported experiences of those. So we're not talking about attitudes or norms or reporting or anything else. We took a bit of a broader view on educational outcomes, which you'll see, just to kind of document what was out there. So of the 12 trials we found, 8 of them were in primary schools, remainder in secondary schools. Half of them were from the US, and then there was 1 each from a range of different countries, so El Salvador, India, Jamaica, Norway, Pakistan, and Uganda. In terms of the forms of violence that the interventions addressed, most of it was about peer violence and bullying, so violence between students. There were a couple about violence from teachers to students and sexual harassment, and then some interventions actually addressed multiple forms of violence. When we're looking at the education outcomes, there was, again, a range of stuff in there. So there were about half of them that actually measured test scores, which is kind of the hard outcome. So how do children actually do in literacy and numeracy? And then there were a range of other outcomes around academic self-concept, academic behaviors, some around school absence or dropout, and some around educational attainment. So how far did you reach in school? Okay. The other thing that we saw across these trials was that most of them did have some risk of bias. And this is basically, we can't be 1,000% confident that the results are true. And this, in this family of trials, was mainly about the way people did analyses. So rather than analyzing everybody that was assigned to the intervention, sometimes they would just take the people who actually participated in and fully kind of complied with the intervention. And then the other kind of major theme across these trials was potential selection bias in reporting. So people basically would analyze a huge range of outcomes without saying in advance, this is the one we're hanging our hat on. And then, so there's the potential for people to kind of cherry pick positive results from that. Okay, so when we look at what we found here, all 12 interventions that we found, they were successful in reducing violence. So good news on the violence front. But when it came to the education outcomes, actually things were really inconsistent. And this plot up here, which is super tiny and you probably can't read, but I'm happy to share it afterwards. This is called a forest plot. So what it's doing, the studies are on the far left. And so within each study, people often looked at a range of different educational outcomes, which are listed there. And then the kind of long bar with the dots and the horizontal bars, those are the effect estimates from each study. So basically, if they're on the left, that means the children had better educational outcomes in the control group, where there was no violence intervention. If the dots are on the right, that means the educational outcomes were better, where the children did get a violence intervention. So what we would hope to see is everything being on the right, but as you can see, that's not the case. It is a bit all over the place. So when we kind of count these and summarize them, we see that 5 of the 12 trials had positive effects on educational outcomes. In 5 of the 12 trials, the violence interventions had quite mixed positive and negative effects. 2 out of 12, nothing seemed to happen at all. And then also importantly, there were no trials where there were all harmful effects of the intervention, which is important in relation to that kind of opportunity cost of implementing violence prevention. Okay, so when we then think about, okay, what's going on in these positive trials where they found good results on educational outcomes, it's a bit difficult to kind of disentangle what's going on there because there's lots of things going on at once. So I think the key points around that are that all of these trials that found the quite positive results were done in high-income countries. They all have a higher risk of bias, and they're all looking at what I've termed softer outcomes. So it's not test scores that those ones are looking at. They're looking at the kind of academic self-concept and sort of perceptions of performance type outcomes. Okay, so what does it all mean? Well, the first thing I actually felt when I did this was actually a bit shocked at the very limited amount of evidence we have on this. And so I think for me, as a person who attends lots of these meetings, it's like one of the most common questions you get asked is like, oh, but does reducing violence improve educational outcomes? And I kind of knew that there wouldn't be that much out there, but I was still shocked at how little actually there was. And I think as a field, we can do a lot better at measuring this stuff. So it's a call to action for all of us. The other thing I take away based on the limited evidence we have is that, okay, it's possible. So school violence prevention can improve some educational outcomes. But that inconsistent effect, to me, we need to figure out why and unpack why that is. And I think, this is just hypothetical, but there's probably a few things that could be going on. So it's really striking to me that all of those positive results are in high-income countries. And I think, for me, when we think about how school violence reductions might improve results, if you're a kid in a classroom, violence reduces, you're less fearful, maybe you can concentrate more. If you're in a high-income country, you're likely to be in a school that has got resources and the kind of basic building blocks in place where you can then take advantage of that stuff and learn your literacy, learn your numeracy. But if you're in a low-income country where education systems really have a lot of challenge in delivering those fundamental results, you get your violence reduced, so you can concentrate more, but then actually you can't access those learning resources. So I think that could be one explanation for what we see going on. I think similarly about the types of, it's about the epidemiology of violence that children experience. So if you're a kid in a high-income country, you are much more likely to be only experiencing one, maybe two forms of violence. So if you get an intervention that reduces your school violence, actually, then life might be looking quite a lot better, and you might not have that much else going on. Whereas if you're a child in a low-income country where you are a lot more likely to have other violence exposures outside the school, if you reduce school violence, great, that's only going to be helpful, but it might not be enough on its own to then enable you to take advantage of what's on offer in school. So yeah, I think there's other possible explanations. One other idea is that test scores, we didn't really see much impact on those, but actually those might also take a longer time to shift than we typically have in evaluations of violence interventions. So typically we would kind of do assessments at a year or two out, and test scores just might take longer to move. So I will leave you with a very academic thought that we need more research on this. But I think there's a lot of potential to do more measurement of this alongside our existing violence prevention work. And really that we should be strategically focused on trying to understand what some of the mechanisms are at play here. And that is all for now. Thank you.
Okay, so now the floor is yours. You have here our presenters with great and insightful presentations. And now we open the floor for your questions, comments, and reactions to these great presentations. Please.
I will seize the mic. Thank you very much to all these presenters. This was great, and in some ways, I think a really encouraging session. We saw several things that really work to prevent violence, and the call for more evidence on educational outcomes, which we definitely need. I had on Ugo, the presentation that you gave. I just had a couple of questions. One is about measuring violence versus reports of violence, and just how you guys distinguish that. Just a technical question. Like I know in some studies, obviously, you'll see like an increase of violence because reports have gone up. Mm-hmm. You didn't see that, and so how you sort of confidently distinguish those. And then yours was also one where I thought I thought a lot about scalability with these like in-class workshops and stuff, and how you guys have thought about that. It's been a few years, and so whether there's already been sort of move on that space. So yeah, thank you.
Shall we take
I think so.
questions?
Or maybe we can do like a couple and then afterwards.
Hi, Asta Ramaya. I just thank you very much for all your presentations. I think for me, when we look at RCTs, one of the major things that I did want to ask was because you have been following up these individuals for a long period of time, who were the people who were like sampled during baseline as well as endline? Because based on some of the evidence that I have done previously, we find that the people who are most engaged in the interventions tend to be the ones that are followed up, and I think Karen was getting at that through her presentation. So I think for all of the 3 interventions that were done, I would be very interested in understanding, one, what was the loss to follow up? Who were the people who were lost to follow up? But also, I think right now, the way in which we are measuring intervention fidelity and dosage is very much, were they part of the intervention or were they part of the control? And I think what I would be very interested in understanding is that process and in that mechanism in terms of who were the people who were part of all the sessions? Like, if there was a 4-month session, who were the people who were part of all of that? What was the fidelity? What is the dosage? What is the feasibility? And understanding those process-related outcomes rather than the impact-related outcomes.
Thank you. Then one more here.
Thank you, everyone. So I have the first question for Hugo, and it's if you have any like 2 estimations. I'm very interested. The first one is whether you are able to measure spillovers not in the control schools. I'm more like interested into learning on those schools that were probably not targeted by the intervention, whether there are any spillover effects. And also if you were able to measure like a cost-benefit analysis, just to understand, as she was presenting, like whether there is any indication of if we are going to have returns from this intervention, which I think we will, because I don't think that was that expensive, but it included very like different activities and a lot of activities. So I'm just wondering whether you have that. Then for Eleno, so I know the context of El Salvador a bit, and I know the context of public schools. And actually you show a picture in which the kids are leaving the school with their parents, with an adult, sorry. So I'm just wondering whether the intervention has any complementarity depending on the, like this, not the supervisory role or the protection role of an adult when they're leaving the school, whether that's whether the police patrolling is a complement of that type of protection or if it supplements it. I think it's actually supplementing it because the age where you are finding the effects is for older kids. But I don't know if you have any data to test for that. And then Karen, I'm also very interested, maybe you don't have power to do that, statistical power to do this estimation I'm gonna ask. And it's whether you have any data on the implementation, like how we can implement these interventions. Maybe the effects are larger for interventions that are implemented by teachers in school, by other staff that come to the school and do not overload or increase the workload of the teachers, etc. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. So I think that maybe you can start like providing some answers and we can then have some other round of questions. So Hugo, do you want to start with David's question?
Yeah. Let me start. Thank you. Thanks for all these questions. Reports on violence versus actual violent effects. We had 2 measures of this. We had the results we saw on the CCB platform, which were anonymized, and individuals entered at home or at the cabin, internet cabin, anywhere. They inserted their information on the platform, and we detected that. And we also had detection on the baseline and follow-up surveys. Both were anonymous, but the one you report on the platform is seen as slightly more anonymous than the one you will see on the surveys that are handled in the classroom. So we measured in both. With both instruments in many different dimensions. If the individuals got got hurt, physically hurt, verbally hurt, hurt on the web, if their materials were stolen, if their materials were stolen and were, I forgot the word, damaged, exactly, thank you, or were damaged. And so we measured all that in these two different ways, and those are the results that we report in the paper. Scalability has to do with cost benefit, and it turns out that we didn't compute precisely cost benefit indicators, but it seems to be that by the estimators we have, the benefits are going to substantially outweigh the cost, and so there is an important room for escalation of this. How scalable the intervention is? Well, it's not so easy, because the numerators that go and the individuals that go to run the workshops and to create all this, let me say, energy in the classrooms, in the school communities to generate these social norms are just very few, and they need to be trained, and they go and train the communities. So that is what seems to be the weakest link on the scalability and on the scalable possibilities. Spillovers, we haven't checked. We just have information on those 66 schools. So let me stop here and leave some room for them for some answers.
So the way that I interpret your question is, I think you are asking like two aspects. The first one is about attrition, right? And then the second one is more about who are those people that are more likely to take up the intervention. So the answer for the first one is in terms of the attrition. So I think the attrition rate is extremely low for the first round follow-up data compared to the baseline, and the second round follow-up data is a little bit tricky because we got disrupted by this COVID-19 lockdown stuff. So that way we kind of lost almost half of the sample, but we did a robustness check and also attrition analysis, and we find that luckily these loss of the sample are more like very balanced across both the treatment group and the control group. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is about the take-up. So that's a very interesting question, because we're also very curious about like who are those 40% of the parents, and then turns out to be because we collect very rich baseline demographic characteristics of those participants of all the people. So what we find is that usually the parents of the students who have like relatively higher test scores, so in other words, like good students' parents, they are more likely to participate in the program and take up the intervention. And also, as you said, we do see, because the app record everything. So we also track the participant rate across the 4 months, and then there's like parents are not that consistent. So we see some like a jump up and then see some like a going down along this participation rate. But I think that's also a very interesting finding. Every results that I show here is about the intent to treat. So we didn't like, so it's more about those, ITT effect.
Mm-hmm.
For Lily's question, we didn't explicitly see or check if there is like a complementation or supplementation difference. I think that is what you say is like basically his program is providing this service of security to the students, especially for those that work alone. Actually, I didn't show that in the presentation, but one of the motivations why this program took place was because before the program, I think that there was a statistic of around 200 students being killed in their way to the school, because the story behind is that they refused to join the gangs, so basically they were coercive and sadly they end up being killed. So that's why the police was there. So I don't think there was a security for them before. So
Thanks. So I think my question was about the kind of implementation process of interventions and whether we know if the interventions that are maybe implemented by within school personnel versus outside school personnel might have better effects, if I've understood it right. Yeah. Okay. So basically, I can answer this question with zero academic certainty, but I can give you my impressions. Yeah. So I do think, kind of reading between the lines in the landscape of evidence, that there is a case to be made for interventions, especially in violence prevention, to have external support. And I think that is because, you know, when we're doing violence prevention, we're often changing norms and attitudes. So we're kind of going against the prevailing cultural grain, and it takes people with some expertise and some training in facilitation to be able to kind of do that well. And by and large in education systems, like there's interest and, you know, there are some champions that can be identified from within systems. But I think having both of those elements where you've got very experienced external providers who are expert, who then can partner with people inside systems, to me that seems like the most sort of promising way forward. Because I think we can see examples of where things are just dropped into a system without that external expertise. Just doesn't work.
Excellent. I have bad news, is that we only have 2 minutes. The good news is that afterwards we're going to have tea, and you're going to be able to ask all the questions that you haven't been able to ask at this point. So I would like to just close by saying thank you so much. I really appreciate the fact that you're closing a gap that we have in terms of analyzing interventions of violence prevention in low-income countries. You can and also I am really appreciative of the fact that we're looking at the power of changing behaviors and changing norms, and also trying to assess the cost effectiveness of these interventions that are always difficult to measure and difficult to see. So thank you so much, and I invite you to take advantage of the tea hour to just have a good conversation with our great panelists. So. I have many questions for you. I am the mother of an adolescent, and I was truly impressed by the fact.
Thank you, everyone. Just a reminder to be back in 30 minutes. Enjoy the break. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start our second session that is titled Data, Measurement, and Safeguarding, and it will be moderated by Lelis Dinarte, economist in the Development Research Group at the World Bank.
Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome to the second session. And so let me first summarize this very interesting session. It's going to bring together 3 papers that tackle a central challenge in efforts to prevent school-based violence. How we measure violence accurately, safeguard of children and how we do that effectively, and also how we interpret data in ways that inform credible and context-appropriate policy responses. Together, the papers are going to span from experimental survey studies, safeguarding systems in conflict-affected settings, and also public discourse analysis, highlighting how data quality and social norms can shape school-based violence. Gabriela Smarelli, who is one of the amazing organizers of this workshop, is going to present her paper, Advancing the Measurement of Violence in and Around Schools, Evidence from Malawi. And she's going to examine how survey design affects children's willingness to the undisclosed experiences of violence. She's going to use a very large randomized RCT in Malawi, where she compares methods with different levels of privacy, from face-to-face to ACASI. And the results from her paper is going to show that privacy-enhancing methods like ACASI can improve measurement while highlighting practical traits of field implementation. In the second paper, Asad Hafez is going to present, from Chemonics, is going to present a very interesting and multi-site evidence from conflict-affected Syria, and how violence and safeguarding mechanisms can function inside schools. This study is linking children's lived experiences and staff perceptions to the institutional conditions that make safeguarding credible, particularly for girls and for children with disabilities, which is a very underexplored area in the evidence. In fact, he was mentioning that they have some new results and that they are trying to scale in whole Syria, not only in the regions from the paper that you probably saw in the summary. And at the end, Richardson Adai Mununkum is from the University of Education in Winneba. He's going to present a paper that summarizes different approaches on school violence through the lens of public discourse, analyzing how citizens frame its causes and solutions in Ghana. By examining social media debates, this paper is going to show why reforms such as discipline policies must engage prevailing moral and cultural narratives to gain legitimacy and durability. Yeah, so welcome to Gabi first, who's going to present the first paper, and we welcome her with an applause.
Thank you, Lelis, and hello again. As Lelis says, I'm going to be presenting this paper titled Advancing the Measurement of Violence Against Children and Its Evidence from Malawi. As you can see from the title of this presentation, in this I will be talking about how can we improve the way we measure violence in and around the schools. But before getting into the details of these, let me start by sharing 3 facts of what we know from existing data. So the first one is related to things that we saw in the previous session, and is that children are facing high levels of violence in and around the schools. If we look at the case of Malawi, in 2009, data was already showing that 42% of children reported experience bullying. If we look at sexual violence, data from 2013 is showing that many girls and boys are experiencing sexual forms of abuse across their life. And among those that have experienced these, 16% of that violence is happening in the school environment. A second thing that we observe from the data is that most of the data is focused on violence against adolescents. Mainly data is focused on violence from children aged 12 and above. So we know less regarding experiences of violence of a younger population. And the third thing is that the existing data it's being collected using different survey methods and also in different locations. When we look at international surveys, we see that some of them are using face-to-face methods to collect data. Others are using self-administered methods. Some of them are administered in the child's school, others in the child's home. But we don't know to what extent, or we have very little evidence on the extent to which this matters and it affects the disclosure of violence. And as a result, our measurement of violence. And this is very important. I think all of us in this room face that challenge of collecting data on violence on this very sensitive issue. And when we do that, it is very likely that this data will be collected with some degree of error. When we ask someone about their experiences of abuse, there is a likelihood they will decide not to disclose their experience of violence. It could be because of fears of retaliation, stigma, embarrassment. It could also be that we collect this data with some degree of error because the respondent might misunderstand the question, or also lack of attention when you are going through the questions. And this is perhaps more important when you work with younger children. So in this context, it's really important for us to think how to minimize the error in the data, in the surveys that we use to collect data. Doing that can have multiple benefits. First of all, it can help us to have more accurate measures of the prevalence of violence. Second, when we measure violence outcomes with error, that would introduce systematic error in our analysis and is very likely to bias the conclusions we made regarding the effectiveness of policies and interventions. From a safeguarding perspective, there is also a benefit of improving the way we measure violence. If we reduce that underreporting that we sometimes observe when we collect this data, this also gives us the opportunity to identify cases, refer the cases, and protect more children when they speak up about their experiences of violence. So motivated by this, in this paper, we aim to identify which survey methods would yield more reliable measures of bullying, corporal punishment, and sexual violence in and around schools, focusing on a younger population of children aged 8 to 12 years old. How do we do this? We design an individual level survey experiment that has 4 treatment arms in which we vary the data collection method that we use and the location of the survey. Regarding the data collection method, we use a face-to-face survey or an audio-computer-assisted self-interview method. In this one, we're giving the child a tablet and a pair of headsets, and they are listening to the questions through the headsets and then responding directly in the tablet. Regarding the location of the survey, this is implemented either at the student's home or at the student school. So considering we combine all these different approaches I just explained and allocate children to respond to this survey in 4 different treatment arms. We use as the control group or reference group the children that answer this survey using a face-to-face method at home. And we do this considering that surveys such as DHS or Violence Against Children surveys, the VACS, uses this method to collect data on physical violence and sexual violence. The importance of using these different ways of collecting data is that we are exogenously varying the level of privacy that we are giving to the respondent, and as a consequence, also changing the potential barriers that would affect the decision of the child to disclose their experiences of violence. Before showing you the results, I just wanted to mention that this is a national representative survey with 6,000 children. We don't observe differential attrition across our treatment arms, and we took several safeguarding measures during all the process of data collection to protect children in the process of asking these sensitive questions. So what do we observe? Let me start by sharing results regarding physical and emotional violence. In this graph, what you're going to see is the mean difference between all the different approaches we use to collect data relative to the control group, so relative to the group that responded this survey using a face-to-face method at home. And we observed 2 main things. The first one is that compared to face-to-face, when you use ACASI, there is a higher disclosure and a higher likelihood that the student will disclose their experiences of physical and emotional violence. For example, if you look at physical bullying, we observe that in the control group, 46% of children reported experiencing physical bullying. When we ask the exact same questions to the children that answer these using the ACASI method, either at home or at the school, we observe that the disclosures of physical bullying increased by 10 percentage points, which corresponds to a 20% increase in the disclosures of physical bullying. And we observed similar patterns when we looked into the other measures that we have in this graph, including emotional bullying, corporal punishment, and even a higher increase in disclosure with ACASI for our outcome related to emotional violence from the school staff. When we look at the location of the survey, we notice that for physical and emotional violence, either if you do the survey at home or at school doesn't seem to matter. When we compare those that were surveyed in ACASI and we compare home setting and school setting, we don't observe any differences there. When we compare those that were surveyed using face-to-face at a school and at home, what we notice is no difference for those measures related to corporal punishment and emotional violence from teachers, but some small differences for physical bullying. But it's not something consistent across all our outcomes. Keeping that in mind, let me tell you what we see regarding sexual violence. And for this, the first thing is, what do we consider in this measure of sexual violence? We measure different forms of sexual violence. So this indicator is considering forms of sexual violence related to sexual comments, showing the child nude pictures or videos, kissing, touch, forced sex, among other things. So what do we, and in this graph, what you're going to see is both sexual violence perpetrated by peers or perpetrated by members of the school staff. And we observe again that relative to methods that use face-to-face at home, when we collect using ACASI, there is an important difference in disclosure. If we focus our attention on sexual violence perpetrated by peers, we observe that with ACASI, ACASI elicits more than 100% increases in reporting of sexual violence relative to a face-to-face method. When we analyze the location of the survey, in this case, we do observe that the location of the survey has an effect in the disclosure of violence. We observe that when children are asked about their experiences of sexual violence in a school relative to home, they disclose more experiences of sexual violence in the school. And here we explore both using qualitative and quantitative data, the reasons behind this, and we find that the schools has physical spaces within the school that signal more clearly that you are outside of the listening range of others. And this has, as a result, an effect in children feeling more comfortable reporting their experiences of violence in the school setting. We also explored to what extent the role of these different ways of collecting data matters differently depending on specific individual characteristics. And we find that older children are less likely to disclose their experiences of physical violence when asked using face-to-face surveys. And we also find that boys are more likely to disclose their experiences of sexual violence when asked using ACASI, basically when providing higher privacy in responding these questions. We also explore the cost effectiveness of these different survey methods. We do find that ACASI is $1 more expensive per child, but it's also more effective, as I saw in the previous slides, for eliciting higher disclosures of violence. And here, of course, our assumption is that this higher disclosure is accurate and reliable disclosure. So we find that increasing the probability of reporting violence by 1 percentage point would cost $4 when collecting data with ACASI in the school, and this would more than double when we use face-to-face methods in the school setting. Before concluding, I just wanted to also share 2 points from our analysis. The first one is when you see these results, you might ask, how are we sure that these results are valid? So we do a lot of robustness checks to try to be certain of our results, and we indeed find that the results are reliable. We find that with ACASI, there is lower social desirability bias in the responses. We don't find any evidence of a straight lining, meaning that children are not just responding the same question, giving the same response across the survey modules. We do find that with ACASI, some children misunderstood more questions, or that they failed some of our attention checks. But we also incorporate these in the analysis and find that even when controlling for these, the results that I have presented to you hold, meaning that the results remain significant and similar in magnitude. Another key question when we see a result is, how does this inform other surveys? And this is a more difficult question to answer, because to be able to answer this question, we would need to compare a survey that also looked at children in a similar age group and ask the exact same question. But in an attempt to explore this, what we do is look at the data from 15 countries that have the BACS survey, which is implemented using a face-to-face method at home. And we find that when we use the BACS surveys in these 15 countries, 1 in 500 children have report experience for sex. If we assume the same levels of underreporting that we find in our studies, the number of children who actually have experienced some for sex could be or maybe 10 times larger. Of course, we should take these numbers with caution, but they are mainly signaling that we have to be careful in the process of designing which methods to use to collect this data. So to conclude, 2 main messages. The first one is that administering surveys in spaces that ensure higher levels of privacy, like the schools, is very important. And the second one is that we find that ACASI is a more effective tool at eliciting disclosures of violence and also more cost-effective. Of course, this shouldn't be interpreted as saying that ACASI is our gold standard of collecting data, but rather that in our study, relative to face-to-face, is a method that yields lower systematic misreporting and provides better measures of violence. And it also shows the importance of using methods that guarantee more privacy when collecting the data. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. This is Azad Hafez. I'm the EMER Director for Chemonics International. I'm based here in Virginia, but our program is actually, and the study that we're doing is looking into Northwest Syria specifically, and now our approach to look to expand our work across Syria. I wanted to share some explanation and clarification at the beginning. During this study, in this paper, and what I'm presenting is not going to be the count and the number of students or the violence cases that we see at school. It's not because it is rare, or it's not because it is very high and it is astonishing, but it is because we believe that the numbers that are present at this stage might actually provide either a misleading or a false sense of confidence or safety in the schools in a country like Syria at this moment, or in the area where we're operating. I think across all of these studies, from the morning and from Gabi, we've seen that there are a lot of cases in a context like Syria, where the system is still emerging, developing. It is very difficult to pinpoint the number of cases or to actually talk about prevalence in this situation. What we're trying to present today, again, is not the count, but it is how we're going to influence the system, how we look into this system, and these numbers to be a signal for the system, not specifically the numbers, but what the numbers might actually also entail. not the specific data or the methodology, but how we can interpret that data into a programming or support actually the Ministry of Education in reducing level of violence, or at least understanding the level of violence in this situation. For many who might be familiar with the Syria context, or for those who are not very familiar with the Syrian context, I just want to give a brief explanation about Syria. Now you can see that all of Syria, whole of Syria is green. That means it is united. More than a year back, you wouldn't have seen that. You would have seen that several actors, military actors, are actually in this area. More than 4, it was split across more than 4 different groups, between pockets of ISIS, between SDF, between the previous regime, and the area of operation where we operate is Idlib and rural Aleppo. What I wanted to show in here specifically is that this system is still emerging. It is becoming. It is not the system that we want to have, but it is the existing system that we've actually inherited from the previous regime and that we're trying to model and to improve with the support of many actors on the ground and many partners that we operate with. A lot of people shared a lot of data. I would like to point some numbers in this situation. Syria has been considered as a war-affected country for the past 13 years. As of December 2024, Syria, the previous government, the fall of Assad, and then liberation happened, which actually led that the area of operation that we're supporting to be expanded to actually not to be in a very small geographic area, but to look into whole of Syria as well. And instead of supporting 2 education directors, we're actually supporting the Ministry of Education at this moment. When you look at the numbers in this situation, you will see that some studies might show a 2.4 million students to a 3.7 million students are actually currently out of school. The numbers vary a lot. We cannot rely on the data that we have at this moment, and that's why we wanted to actually look into the system itself. We understand and we acknowledge that we have a culture of violence, unfortunately, in our schools, and it has been underreported in our situations for multiple reasons. We've seen verbal abuse, we've seen humiliation, we've seen physical and psychosocial level of torment in Syria specifically. Unfortunately, we have also seen that with everything, all of the data that we've been trying to collect, there are groups that we were not able to actually document. For example, children with disability, or types of violence like sexual harassment. We weren't able to find. We know that it is there. The evidence speaks that it is there. But with everything that we've been trying to do, we haven't been able to put our hand into that evidence because of many reasons that we're going to explain. And unfortunately, the legal system and the education system itself, it is weakened by the severity of the situation. The tension that we try to address is, one, lack of data. There are a perception. It's only a perception of the violence that we see. It's not the actual violence that we can document. We weren't able to find many vulnerable groups in our studies. And that's not across only our area of operation, but also other areas of operation. You cannot find one data set that can aggregate or disaggregate any of the information that we have. Definitely, we have a failed reporting mechanism in other areas of operation. What we tried to measure at the beginning of this, we actually tried to measure if we can speak and talk ethically to children. We're supporting grade 1 to grade 6. It is a very difficult group ethically to actually communicate with and to get some information back. This is one of the problems that we actually face in this situation, but other problems as well is that we don't have the mechanisms. Even if we wanted to do that, we don't have the mechanism, not the referral pathway, not the psychosocial support, not the people that we can talk to, unfortunately. And that's, again, understood because of year of war, because the context that we've had, because of the weakened systems that we have. What we tried to do to understand the system, how the data can measure and how can it benefit not only our program, but also the Ministry of Education, including the other actors that we might have, like UN, UNICEF, for example, UNESCO, and all of these bodies that they are currently operating in Syria and whole of Syria. To be very brief, we used, of course, a mixed methodology where we're looking into surveys and we're looking into qualitative and quantitative. When we look into the quantitative data, we look that there are groups that appears to be not existent. When we look at the qualitative data, we actually have those people. That means that people don't feel comfortable sharing some of the information, or the information that we have. We tried. It was a very head scratcher to understand why some groups or why some types present in one type of data collection but not in the other. And that's where we started to understand that people themselves, they might feel more confident and they feel safe to report for specific data collection mechanisms, similar to what Gabi, for example, mentioned. There are different processes. In our situation, for example, we've noticed when we're looking into a group of people, we've been able to speak a bit freely about some type of violence, but not all of them. Sexual harassment did not present itself. It only presented itself when it is an anonymous situation. Some of the key insights that we've seen. Silence, unfortunately, is not the absence. Data shows that we actually have evidence of violence in the school. When we look at the violence specifically, or when we're looking into all of the information that we have from our studies, we can immediately jump into a very educated conclusion that, well, you know what? Silence of the data does not mean that doesn't present itself. We have them, we see them, and we're trying to understand why some of these problems present themselves. It might be for some people, it might be a side situation, but infrastructure is one of the main reasons why we see sexual harassment, for example, in the schools. In this situation, it was restrooms. It wasn't the no policy, not training, it was actually the restrooms. We now understand that when there is no privacy, when there is no teacher accommodating or actually supervising, overseeing the students, different types might emerge more clearly. And we need to understand that infrastructure is not a background, but it is actually an active situation that we need to look into and we need to investigate further and invest in. It's not something that it is a short-term project, but it is a bigger situation. Of course, when the system presents itself, when there is a routine safeguarding system, for example, you have trained staff, you have a predictable and periodic follow-up, you actually have the materials and the system to report, you will immediately see that we have a higher level of trust and increase in number of reported cases. When the system appears only on paper, unfortunately, the system fails. And that's one of the reasons why we try to partner ourselves with the Ministry of Education, because we want to affect the system. We don't want to only do an intervention in our schools or area of operation. The implication of the measurement is clear. We shouldn't be relying only on one specific type of data, unfortunately. Qualitative data might reveal specific norms and fears. We need to rely on mixed methodologies. We need to invest in more sophisticated systems like EMIS systems that can actually be 100% anonymous. And reporting cases actually reflects trust, accessibility to the system, not the count of people that might be reporting. What that means for policymakers, the government, and the donors is that when the numbers reported are low, it is not something that we need to celebrate. When the numbers are very high, these are not automatic alarm signals. Both of them are signals for the system. If the system is working, operating, if there is a trust in the system, accessibility, and if the system is actually ready. We needed to understand that different people might have different priorities and engagement into the violence system or safeguarding systems that we have. And we wanted as much as possible to avoid equating low reporting with a success strategies that we've been operating. I do understand that people might, or programs might praise themselves, oh, we don't have a lot of reported cases, but that might be due to several other reasons. What we tried to see, or the evidence that we're trying to contribute to the global evidence base in this situation is that when we're looking into these studies, they are not to look at the numbers, but actually how we're interpreting the data that we have, how we're using the data. The innovation that we want is not the method itself, but how we can model the system to be able to read, interpret, and then act upon some of the data that we have. We need that information to be present. We need to inform some of the current and future programming. But again, if we don't think of it as a process where we're on a spectrum, we're starting from a beginning, this is an emerging situation. This is a country that is just becoming and just moved and liberated in a 1 year time. We're trying as much as possible to feed into that evidence base that we have. We also wanted to explain that, unfortunately, systems don't fail because people actually care, but sometimes they actually fail because we're relying on that care. For example, when we're looking at some of the data that we have from a COMBI model or a motivation model, for example, that do they have the information? Do they have what it takes? Yes, people have what it takes. They care. But unfortunately, if we're heavily relying on the teachers, for example, without all of the necessary capabilities, the resources, the opportunities, unfortunately, the system will fail. With that, I just want to conclude and say thank you again for allowing me to present some of our findings. We've previously had a lot of studies that if you would like to have a look at, you can scan the code and you can access a library of the studies and research that we've been operating in specifically Northwest Syria for the past 8 years. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Richardson, and I'm coming from Ghana. And I'm happy to pick up from where my colleagues left, because I think we are talking about the same thing. What probably will be different is that I'm not talking numbers, I'm talking words. And it fits into the theme about measurement of violence. And so the caption is, whose fault is it? Framing the causes, consequences, and then remedies of school violence in Ghana. So this work I'm sharing is based on 3 violent cases which gained national prominence in Ghana. In 2023, a viral video went around social media about students, 2 students fighting, and it was so gory to see one student hold the other one's head and then hit it against a metal bed. Even more worrying was to watch that there were a lot of bystanders who were either cheering on or recording on the video, and that's apparently how come the video went out. This drew a lot of public reaction to the story, but that wasn't at the end. In 2024, another story came up, and this one was 2 students who were fighting, and in the course of the fighting, one drew a knife and then just stabbed the other to death. That also drew a lot of public attention. And then just last year, 2025, another school in a different context, a student actually came to school, went home, brought the father's gun, came to the classroom, showed the students, and the story says that they were observing, playing around with a gun, and then it triggered. And then one student, unfortunately, had a damage to the eye because of that incident. Now, these stories of violence in school drew a lot of public attention, and I am particularly interested in how the public view these stories and how they reacted to them. Because within those comments, we see comments about why these violence occur, the consequences of the violence, and then some solutions to dealing with this. It's important to know that Ghana is relatively peaceful, and in a lot of literature you might read, it's one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa, at least. Osagyefo own Ghana, where the people are actually generally very happy people, and you don't really need to look around when you're moving. People generally are excited. And to hear of violence and to the point and the proportions we are seeing them in school makes us worry. And the question is, what do people make out of these things that are happening? Are we worried? Are we disturbed? And what can be done about it? But oftentimes, the conversation sits with us, academics doing research, policymakers thinking through solutions, and we hardly engage the populace to know how they also feel and whether they have some ideas. And that is where I am coming in and the angle I'm trying to project. Because academics will be interested in theories and statistics and trends, and policymakers will be interested in laws. But how do the citizens interpret the violence? Very important, because the students in the schools come from communities. And the thinking of the people in the community are likely to be related to how they're also thinking. And so whether the violence is being caused by them or they are the victims of the violence in school, understanding how the population generally think of violence is a way towards understanding how they either receive or enact violence. And so my work was based on two research questions broadly, trying to understand how Ghanaians generally frame drivers and consequences of school violence, and how do they actually use frames, ideological frames, to interpret these and offer solutions to them. Stemming from the fact that I, inspired by sense-making and framing theory, believe that people don't just make comments. The comments are often filtered through a lot of ideologies that we carry, and that might come from culture, might come from upbringing. And so understanding that these ideas are being framed is one way of dealing with the issue. So my work is purely qualitative. That's why I said I'm moving you from the numbers. I did a multi-method qualitative study combining ethnography or digital ethnography, and then discourse analysis. I relied mostly on Facebook comments about the stories that I just shared. How do people talk about those stories as they unfolded? And so I extracted a lot of data from Facebook, mostly comments, and analyzed them, tried to see patterns and see how their sentiments often showed up in the comments that they gave. And this course was important because the language they use also communicated. And so I was also particularly interested in that. Doing this kind of research was interesting, and I was particularly excited by the richness of the data. Richness in qualitative data here, referring to, usually we're talking about sensitivity and people's hesitancy to share with you when topics are quite sensitive, but on social media, they don't. There's no filter. So people just pour it out raw, and for qualitative research, it's very interesting to see how they even use emojis to express their frustration or to push ideas strongly. And they were not restrained in any way, and the data was unsolicited, so they could just pour it out over there. In all, I dealt with 1,093 comments across the three stories from the three schools. I have used pseudonyms here just to provide some kind of protection. And so I'm rather using positive words. One school I'm calling Love drew 296 comments, and that's the story about the student hitting one other's head to the metal bed. And the Hope story is the one where one stabbed the other. And then Joy High School is where a gun was involved. So generally the findings, as I analyze them, I'm talking about them along the three main broad areas: causes of the violence as the people perceive it, the effects of the violence, and then possibly solutions to stopping these violence in schools. So for the first, causes of violence, my analysis revealed that one of the themes is about weak weapon access and weak safety controls, where people felt the reason violence is increasing in schools is that there's access to weapon. And people, from the comments I'm sharing, people were comparing their days in school to what was happening now, and they frame it in a way that will link it to changes in policy direction. And so if you look at the first comment, for example, how can a student go to school with a gun? In our olden days, do you see any of these actions? Politicians have destroyed our education, connecting it back to policymakers. How on earth could a student bring a gun to a missionary school? One of the schools was actually a missionary school. If students can pull knives in class, what next? Tomorrow it will be guns. So people were talking about how easy it was for them to be able to send these things in school, which gets connected to teachers and the role and whether the system is allowing them to function as they actually should. So a comment about teachers. Today, teachers are afraid to punish students because of repercussions. And then draw from an earlier story, if students had been punished for possessing knives, this wouldn't have happened. So that talks about weak weapon access and weak controls. Other causes that came up included parenting and home socialization, where people felt parents are not doing their job as expected. There's also this theme about cultural politics, Western models versus African discipline, where people felt like a lot of our schools are now more westernized. And if we were to go back to African ideologies, violence might come down. Peer dynamics and youth culture also came up. Having a new generation that believe in trending and doing things for the trend is also fueling this. They talk about consequences of violence, and physical harm and psychological trauma was the main thing. People expressing comments related to physical danger that students are put through, and even more disturbing emotional and psychological trauma, including students who are now afraid to go to school because of what might have happened before. And also issue about teachers and schools being brought into disrepute because it looks like any story of violence shows the weakness and gaps in the system, and teachers often are the ones that get a lot of bashing for not doing their work right. I'm going to talk about the solutions, and here there were talks about legal accountability and sanctions where people were angry and said people must rot in jail, for example, if somebody who stabbed somebody, and then arresting them, prosecuting them, and all of that. But also issues about school safety and protocols and discipline came up strongly, where people were drawing from the past experiences and saying teachers' powers have been taken away from them. And this is coming from the back of a policy change that restricted corporal punishment. In fact, it abolished it, championing positive behavior management. And a lot of people do not understand why we can't punish students in school. And people were connecting it to that. Revamping socio-emotional learning in school came up strongly, as well as community and parenting partnerships as one of the ways that we could bring down violence in school. But what do we learn from this? From all these comments, what I learned is that people's comments related to causes, consequences, or solutions were framed ideologically, either from religious frame or from parental responsibility frame or for cultural authenticity frame. And it's important that we understand them from these angles. Other than that, the interventions we make are likely to fail because they might not understand why those interventions are coming, and the support that is needed to make it work might actually not be there. Because in sub-Saharan Africa, these ideologies are usually far more potent than structural. And interestingly, a lot of the comments were not related to structures. They were not related to school numbers and increasing teachers. They were more about ideology, discipline versus abuse, African versus Western values, parental versus institutional responsibility. And until we engage these ideologies in the solutions that we frame for violence in school, it might not necessarily succeed. I'm happy to hear the interventions working, but I think if we engage more the populace and know how they are thinking, we are more likely to do a better job and get far more impactful results. So we need to incorporate ideological frames in peace education program, anti-violence programs in school, and we need education generally to reframe discipline as care and responsibility, because for a lot of people, discipline means domination, humiliation, punishment. And until we change the narrative and get people to appreciate that discipline does not necessarily mean these things, then we are likely to be seeing more of violence. And so that is my bit of contribution. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you to the three presenters. It's a very interesting results that you were presenting today. And now we open for questions from our audience. We have also people listening to the workshop virtually. So for those who are joining us virtually, we welcome also your questions. But we are open at first to our audience here. And so we have 25 minutes for questions. So please, if you can just say very quickly your name, where are you coming, your institution, and then ask your question as briefly as possible, please.
Okay, thank you. First, thank you for organizing this event. It's very important and interesting. I have two questions, one for Gabriela. Have you looked at heterogeneity analysis? And if so, have you identified subgroups for whom it matters more? Underreporting is stronger or the opposite, and what policy implications you can deduce from that. And then I have a comment on Ezat's work. I found it fascinating. I'm doing research on intimate partner violence in high-income countries, and a lot of the measurement problems, the trust in institutions, the framework you presented could very well apply to intimate partner violence in high-income countries. So, in a very different setup and very different individuals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Is it?
Yeah, it's on.
Well, thank you so much to the panelists, lovely panelists, for the presentations, first of all. My question is, I have two questions. The first is for Gabriela Yu. How are you thinking about the differences in digital literacy when answering questions in ACASI versus face-to-face, especially in the context of one of your findings, I believe, was that boys are better at reporting sexual violence on the ACASI medium, and we know that boys are just, in these contexts, like in Malawi, are generally more technologically proficient, right? And the second question is for Eza Yu. First of all, really grateful for mentioning disabled children in your literature. So my question is that just would love to hear your reflections on how we can be more inclusive, like what would be a stronger research method for this group. Added to that, the layer that often in different settings, disabled children are not physically disabled, but might be learning or cognitively disabled, and that might hinder their capability in using various research methods. So how do we make sure that there is no systematic underreporting for this group of children?
Since we can start responding to these questions, and then we take a couple more, if you agree. Okay. Gabi, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for both questions. Regarding the heterogeneity analysis, that relates to what I was describing related to the correlates of misreporting. So in that exercise, we were trying to understand if these different methods that we use to collect the data did matter differently depending on different children characteristics, family characteristics, and context level characteristics. So in that sense, what we mainly only found that for older children, particularly for physical violence related question, when you ask them using face-to-face, it's less likely for them to report their experiences of violence. And for sexual violence, what we do find is that when you use Akasi, we observe that for boys, these tools seems to allow them to feel more comfortable reporting their experiences of abuse. So we observe a higher disclosure of sexual violence when using Akasi for boys relative to girls. And that perhaps leads me to the next question on digital literacy. So in this case, all the children received training. When we give them the tablet, they had to practice with different exercises so that they could feel more comfortable in using the tablet. And basically in the tablet, they would receive it, have the set of headsets. They had 3 practice questions, and overall that was done with the 2 groups, boys and girls. So I personally don't think that perhaps the digital literacy in this case is what affected, for example, the fact that boys reported more. I think it's more related to the fact that for boys, talking about experiences of sexual abuse can be harder, or there are stereotypes or norms around the fact that, or myths that say that no, boys generally don't suffer from sexual abuse or this doesn't happen. So we think that it's more, the results are more driven from the fact that you're giving more privacy through Akasi for boys rather than, for example, digital literacy. But that's a really good point, and I think the fact that we provide that training to both boys and girls so that they would feel comfortable with the tablets perhaps help to reduce these concerns of like differences in digital literacy. Thank you.
So please.
I just would like to first say that thank you for the compliment, and we're more than happy to share our evidence as well if you would like to read the full report. We have all of our reports available publicly. So if you want even to share some evidence, we can definitely do that. And the second question is specifically for the students with disability. Unfortunately, in Syria, and by the time that we've prepared this report, the highest category that are out of school are the children with disability. Because of various reasons, again, war country, the schools are not prepared. We don't have the infrastructure to help them. In our program currently, we've previously supported 50 special education centers, and now we're supporting 100 education centers, specifically for students who have severe disabilities. Other students who might have some disability like mobility, but that won't affect their learning objectives to reaching those objectives. We actually try as much as possible to have them in the mainstream classrooms. In these 100 schools, we actually try to do shadow teaching and approaches. The SGOs or the safeguarding officers that we have, they are trained on collecting information and collecting data from the students with disability. For those, unfortunately, who have a more severe cases, they are in special education specific rooms. Ethically, we don't have the resources still to see how we can collect information. We're still at a point where we're trying to collect information from children, like school-aged children who are attending the mainstream classrooms. Those will need, as you know, will need a different accommodation mechanisms to actually accommodate data collection. What we can see is that people, perception from parents, from caregivers, from all of the stakeholders that we've been interviewing, that those children have a higher level of violence or bullying or safeguarding vulnerabilities than others. But that's, again, depending on how you're prompting the questions. In focus group discussion, they are present. When you've left it to the people, like in a survey, they might, if you don't put it out there, they might forget about it just because they are not in school. They don't see them in school, so they might be lost in the data that we have, unfortunately. So one data source might actually provide more information than the other.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so
Thank you. So I have a question for Richardson. I think this is some really interesting analysis, and I have a paper examining kind of media coverage of school violence incidents. And one of the things that I've struggled with in ours, and I'm interested in learning from yours, is, like you, we find, lots of variation in how the public responds. And I think a little bit about what this informs. I mean, obviously just understanding it, because there is a certain degree of like you said, people are just sharing unveiled sort of opinions. But in terms of how this might inform efforts to sort of combat violence or efforts to change kind of social views about violence, I'm interested if you have thoughts about kind of what the next step would be out of this. And sorry, I'm Dave Evans from the Center for Global Development.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Mercedes Diaz from Innovations for Poverty Action, and I have two questions. The first one for Gabriela. I was wondering if you also did some research on reporting, like through the referral mechanisms, like comparing what came from the survey, from data, administrative data, either from child agencies or schools. And the other question that I have about Syria is related to the teachers. They probably went through a lot of trauma too. So how is that a barrier for them to support children into first identifying the violence and then working with families, working with them? And if you have any strategies that you have learned that could be useful for supporting teachers to support children. Thank you.
I think one more here. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is for Richardson, and I think Richardson, this was a very comprehensive study. One of the things that I was wondering is, and off of what my colleague said, was when we are talking about public, there are many different people, right? And I think depending on who is saying these things, our mechanisms might be different, right? And so one of the things that I was wondering was, who were the people who were commenting? And how can we, given that digital literacy, Facebook usage is now almost universal, used by 2/7 of the world, how do we use those findings to tailor programs and policies?
Okay, good that to you. Now we are going to start the other way. Richardson, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions, and I think they are related, so I might probably attempt an answering them together. Maybe starting from the second one, who are the people? Interestingly, the identities, we have very limited information about them, but the general is that these are schooled people who can write. And so I believe that those who cannot write will not comment. Second, those who have access to digital space are the ones who will be commenting. So I am looking at people who have had at least secondary education generally, people in their youthful age all the way up to 60, thereabout, because I think the trend is that post-60, you don't have a lot of them active on social media. So generally, these are the kind of people who are commenting. And back to the question of what do we do with this, I think it's a very important question. And I'm happy for this opportunity, partly because of this. Because other than these fora such as this, such a research might only get published, and it's only academics who will read it. And we might be interested in the rigor of the methodology and all of that, and the substance we might just ignore. But I believe we need to bring these conversations to the policy discussion table, where this evidence also goes to contribute to the formulation of policy that goes out there. So at least now we know that the public perception about violence and the solutions they are professing are not necessarily equal to the policies that are coming. So what do we do? If some education is needed, then we need to do that. Now that we know that they are also interested and they are offering solutions. If some of their solutions are helpful, we need to take them on board, even as we develop the policy. So what next for me is that we need to begin to talk about public discourses about violence within the policy space when the policies are being made so that those ideas can be factored in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can speak about Syria, what worked for Syria. We're trying to do a 360 approach for the students and for the system, entire system, to allow for not only the teachers to be trained and have awareness sessions and be able to actually detect and absorb any violence that there might be present at a school level, but also look at the parents as well, look at the students, and see if the system across and everywhere in the school is actually accessible. We believe that if we've been able to do all of that, plus we actually show there is a visible signs to the parents that the system is actually working. So if there is a case that was reported, if there is an action afterwards, and that is actually shown within the school or with the parents seeing that, oh, this happened, because we do have different types of violence, peer-to-peer, student-to-student, or a teacher-to-student, or a different approaches as well. In school and across the school as well, on the way to school, we have different type of violence that we see. We tried as much as possible to also, so these are the levels that we have at a school level, but we also have something similar to the PTAs, but they do community committee work. They are people from the school, the head teacher, for example, and the safeguarding officer, plus a principal people from the community. We try as much as possible to share that awareness. We try with the teachers, train them really on all of the approaches that we have. These are training. I'm not sure about the exact training period and all of that, or the curriculum that we use. But all of the awareness sessions that we do, all of the trainings that we do with the teachers, they haven't been developed only by us, but it was in collaboration with other partners who are doing a lot of great work in Syria or in Middle East in general, and with the approval and buy-in from the education directorates as well. So what worked for us might not work for different other locations. And specifically, when I say what worked for us, that is our intervention schools. Because we did the same study in a different location where we don't have intervention, and the system fails significantly in that place because the teachers are not trained. Parents, they don't understand or trust if they can report these incidents. What is the end result in this situation? Would there be a repercussion or stigma for the students? And here, when we're talking about this, we're also putting into consideration sexual harassment by children at a older age to children in a younger age as well.
Would you mind if I ask a follow-up question? Okay, thank you. Is that because you mentioned that you have this 360 approach, I'm just wondering whether, because governments have limited resources, and in my experience collaborating with them, the first question they ask is, okay, what's the sequencing? How do we start? What are the priorities? So far, with experience in Syria, do you have like an idea of the sequencing of the policies in this 360 approach?
I can, with 100% honesty, say it is working. We have developed the entire policy. We didn't have a policy. Safeguarding policy did not exist in Syria before the program started. We developed that policy alongside the education directorate at that time. What also worked for us is that we actually pay for a lot of instructors and some of the main counterparts at the education assembly or education directorate level, meaning that although they receive a high number of cases, they have the resources, they have the materials, they have the time, they have the money, they have the training, they have everything that they need. That's what we've seen as well working for the education directorate. We needed actually to help them. And now this approach, we're trying to take it across all of Syria. We're working with the Ministry of Education Directorate for whole of Syria to actually implement all of that work at a Syria level. because we haven't seen that in the 13 different provinces that we had, unfortunately. We don't have that department at that time.
That's good. Thank you. No, Gabi, please.
So regarding administrative data, in Malawi, we don't have that many sources of data to be able to do that comparison. The main one we could use is based on a helpline that exists in the area that is managed by an NGO called Yoneco. What would be, so it might be possible to explore that data to observe the number of reports of violence. Here, two things to say is that we work with this NGO in all the process of the implementation of the safeguarding protocols. So, for example, part of our safeguarding protocol would include that depending on the cases that were reported and what our counselors assessed when meeting with the child, some of the cases were referred also for this NGO and reported through this helpline for further follow-up and support for the children. And maybe something that could be explored to some extent is to what extent after, when we did this survey, we also did a lot of dissemination of if something happens to you, you can use this helpline to report cases of violence. So it could be interesting to explore if there was a change in the number of times a child called this helpline, but it would definitely need some exploration to see how to use the data as best as possible.
So we have 5 more minutes. Perfect. Okay, sounds good.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cave. I'm from Innovations for Poverty Action. My question is for Richardson.
Okay.
In moving towards that policy conversation, so wondering if you had any reflections on focusing on extreme cases. So whether that's the opportunity where in many other contexts or many other, there might be normalization of bullying or a certain level of violence in the schools. Do you think these extreme cases and the media involvement is this opportunity to get it to a policy conversation and feel like it's a moment to act? And what are some of the challenges with that? Or like you saw in some of the analysis, these are interpreted as isolated events and that student needs to be punished, but it's easier to dismiss because it is so extreme. What's your thinking about, some of the rationale why you focused on these cases and what that level of attention brings to moving the whole field forward?
And okay, yeah, if you can ask the question very quickly, 3 more, and we close it. Karen.
Yeah, it's really fascinating presentations. So I just wanted to pick up, I guess it's taking it back to the kind of methodologies that you've all raised questions about different ways in which you try to get the most sort of accurate and persuasive data that you can. It's kind of an observation that it seems to me that qualitative and quantitative researchers are almost doing the opposite in some senses, in the sense that Gabby was saying, you're moving away from having a human there, and that might increase disclosure, whereas qualitative researchers tend to be moving towards developing relationships over time with young people using creative methods that might encourage a relationship where it's more possible to talk. And I find it really curious that those are both happening. I think there are kind of limitations with both. But anyway, it's a sort of observation, but I think you might have something to say about it.
Okay, please. Thank
you. I was wondering if it would be possible to reproduce on paper some of the factors that made young people answer more through the technology-facilitated surveys. Because obviously there are many settings where it is very difficult to give tablets to all children. So reading aloud the questions, telling them what number of questions they answer, reproducing the kind of graphics or way the answer were displayed on the screen. And maybe we can improve the way we administrate paper-based surveys.
And the last one. Can I go? And then sorry, it's like 3 minutes. If you can just, because we only have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry. It's a very quick one for Gabriela, and thank you. I'm Clara Aleman from the IDB. I was curious about, and also following with the ACASI showing more effectiveness as reporting, what type of measures of support or connection to referral services were provided for those children that reported having experienced violence?
So down for you, Gabi, if you want to start. Okay. Thank you for all these questions. Jenny, I agree with you 100% on the reflection you have shared. I think in our research, we also see the value of the qualitative tools. So for example, we do collect, to be able to measure this as a bigger scale, we do use this more quantitative approach of either face-to-face or ACASI. And this would kind of respond to your question as well. But at the end of the questionnaire, we ask all children if they wanted to meet with a counselor. And our data collection team involved enumerators and counselors. They were moving together in the field. So if a child said, yes, I would like to speak to a counselor, the counselor was available to meet immediately with the child after the survey was executed. And that process also allowed the counselor to build perhaps a relationship with the child, assess how the child was doing. That exact process is what allows us to identify cases when the child perhaps misunderstood a question. So definitely that process of combining these tools, I think it's very important, both qualitative and quantitative. It's just, I think, a bit challenging in some cases when we want to do something at a larger scale to be able to use as much as we would like some qualitative tools. But continuing with some of the approaches we use, after the child met with our counselors, there will be an assessment from the counselor regarding how the child was doing. And for all the cases that were related to sexual violence, there will be a referral process. So all these cases would be referred to the NGO we were working with, that it's an expert in Malawi in terms of following case management approaches, in terms of analyzing the case and doing further follow-ups, and then referral to social welfare officers and police. So we follow all that process. Just to give you some numbers, from the 6,000 children, 25% asked to speak with a counselor. If a child reported things like, for example, forced sex, even if they said no to speaking with a counselor, that is, there was a follow-up still with a counselor to assess the well-being of the child. And then after that, there was all this process of assessment to refer the case to the authorities. But 25% of the child said yes to speaking with a counselor, and of the cases that were assessed by the counselor, 400 were referred to local authorities for further follow-ups. And all that process after the survey lasted for more than 3 months of further assessment and referrals. And regarding replicability, I agree it would be very important to assess if the results we observe in Malawi using these different tools would replicate in another place. I do think it would be something important. We know from work that has focused more on domestic violence or conflict, measuring using more the tool of ACASI with adults, that it also shows that with ACASI we see higher eliciting of disclosures of violence. We don't have that much for a younger population of children. And definitely I would say in our case we use tablets for both face-to-face and ACASI. The difference is that in the face-to-face is the numerator using the tablet, and with ACASI it's shared with the child. But yes, definite replicability would be good to assess, continue understanding how best to collect data with children.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much to the speakers. And before we give them a round of applause, very good. Okay, let's do it. Just an announcement. So there is lunch outside. It's going to be served outside. And so we'll have until 2:15. And so we see again here in the room for the third session. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great moderation. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get started with the next session of our workshop. It's exciting that we are already in the second half of this first day. So this third session is titled Norms and Perceptions of Violence in and Around Schools, and it will be moderated by Deepak Naker, co-founder and executive director of the Coalition for Good Schools.
Oh my God, already an applause. Thank you. Thank you for making the time to come today, especially after lunch when, you know, we were all admired in nice conversations and pulling you back and coming back to this afternoon session. So in this 75 minutes that we have, we're going to shift gears just a little bit and talk about the experience of school and what it's like for young people to experience school. This morning when Karen was speaking, she said that in this room there are people who are coming to this issue through various lenses. So there are epidemiologists who come with public health background. There are economists who look at the world in a different way, and maybe the two are never going to intermarry. And we come from, in that terminology, we come from a different planet altogether, in the sense that we are coming from the practice in terms of how this is on the ground and how things are experienced. So primarily, we're practitioners in terms of interventions and how things look on the ground. So this afternoon, we have a lineup of 3 speakers who are going to talk about young people's perceptions and experience of school from very different perches that they occupy, but yet around a common theme. So our first speaker will be Dr. Jenny Parks, who is based at University College London. Her work focuses on gender, inequalities, violence, and educational spaces, and in the intersection of all the spaces. So she brings a long body of work to the questions that she's going to talk about. And she's worked in sub-Saharan Africa, and particularly in Uganda, where we collaborated over many years. Our second speaker is Asta Ramaya. She's based at JHU. And her work also is focused around particularly the power structures of gender and how it impacts on the lives of young people and the way it impacts in terms of who they become in this world. And our third speaker, who is going to be joining us online, is Ebuka, based at University of Nigeria. He is in some ways looking at how issues of bullying and sexual violence impact on self-esteem, particularly of young girls. So I didn't want to take up too much time because I want to reserve as much time as possible for the speakers themselves to speak to their issue. So they themselves will introduce any additional things that they want to about their own background. But in the meantime, I will just stop here and invite our first speaker, Jenny Parks.
Thanks, Deepak. I'm trying to decide whether to wear glasses or not. I might start with glasses and take them off. Hello, everybody. Really fantastic morning, and thank you for organising this. I'm going to be speaking about changing, the questions around change, around perspectives on corporal punishment in schools, drawing insights from Ugandan young people. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that this is a paper written by all these people. We'll use 10 minutes up if I go through them all. But it's part of a project. Some of them are in the room. And the research project is a combination of collaboration with UCL Institute of Education, where I'm from, Raising Voices, where we have 2 people here, and the MRC UVRI in Uganda, and the London School of Hygiene. Sorry, just try and So by way of introduction, we know that there's been kind of concerted global, national and NGO mobilization against corporal punishment in recent years, and it's now prohibited in schools in 70 countries, in 137 states, including Uganda, and I think in all settings in 70 countries, and more countries have been pledging recently to abolish corporal punishment. But there's also a lot of evidence about how corporal punishment persists in schools, perhaps despite bans, including in sub-Saharan Africa. Some of the critiques coming from kind of decolonial angles on some of that work have been that there's a kind of tendency to see countries, schools, communities who are practicing corporal punishment as somehow or other falling behind on some sort of linear road to safe schools. And there's some interesting and very thought-provoking literature coming mainly from African scholars, questioning whether there's a kind of imposition of Western norms about children's rights and discipline in some of that work, while also misreading kind of non-Western constructions of childhood. And also that there's somehow a neglect of the kind of colonial legacies in contemporary under-resourced education systems. What I'm trying to look at in this paper is this question of what can we learn from young people about why corporal punishment in schools persists or changes over time. And to do that, I'm bringing a kind of theoretical lens, which I'm thinking metaphorically of violence as a shifting web of power, where in the center of the web are the acts of violence, things like the caning, beating, corporal punishment. And these are connected to the threads, and at the outer layer of the web is the structural violence of inequitable and oppressive systems and institutions, and then connecting the outer and inner threads of the web are everyday interactions in schools, families, communities, through which relational power shapes young people's subjectivities in processes of symbolic violence. So, for example, everyday repetition of the idea of pain or humiliation as a means of adults controlling children can become perceived as natural or taken for granted as kind of part and parcel of the order of things. And I guess in that framing, I'd say if we're trying to understand what's happening in relation to the acts of violence at the centre, we need to take into account all those different threads in the web. And the web metaphor allows us to think about how people get trapped or ensnared within the web, but also to me gives some sense of motion, that the webs they can be broken, they can be remade, so there's a potential to change. And it's sort of constantly in motion with power dynamics shifting across time and space. Also into this analysis, and this partly came in the process of analysing the data, it made us think about what do we mean when we're thinking about time or change. You know, do we always thinking about it as something linear, something that's kind of cause and effect and measurable? And what we found in the data was that young people express different views, often seem quite contradictory in the same interview or the same discussion. And so it seems like young people often occupying multiple different kind of subject positions with the perspectives are layered with quite a complex idea of time. So it might be time as historical, as maturational, but also how memories of the past are overlain with a kind of continuing present and also imaginings of a future yet to come. So that's kind of theoretical underpinnings for what I'm going to go and talk about now. The study itself is COVAC, the Context of Violence in Adolescent Cohort Study. This is mixed method, longitudinal research study that took place in Luero district in Uganda between 2017 and 2023. And over that time, we collected quantitative data with young people in 2014 and the same young people in 2018 and 2022. And we also collected qualitative data with a much smaller group of 36 young people between 2018 and 2022, at least once a year, where the researchers got to know the young people, work with them, also with teachers, caregivers, peers, and other stakeholders. And throughout, echoing some of the points that were made this morning, we had a ethics protocol agreed by all the partners in the project with very clear referral pathways and counselling. So I'm just going to say a little bit about the quantitative data and what that seemed to be telling us, and then I'll concentrate on the qualitative data. So what does our quantitative data tell us about changes in perspectives and practices? And here I'm looking at the school-going young people in the surveys in 2014 and 2018. And what we see, the headline figures are those in bold, that you can see that for most school-going young people, they continued to experience corporal punishment as they moved to secondary school. So in 2014, 76.6% of young people said that they'd experienced past year violence from a teacher, and that was just a little bit more in 2018. We also found there were inequalities in prevalence. So the older boys faced high risks, young people with disabilities and also poverty had a bearing too. So still, corporal punishment is commonplace over that period, with the legal ban actually happening between those periods, so in 2016. This slide shows the changes in young people's attitudes. So rather than experiences, I'm shifting to attitudes. And the red dots here are 2014, and the blue dots are 2018. And what we see then from this is that there were marked changes away from agreeing that students should fear their teachers or that teachers must hit their students to learn all the time or most of the time. So quite a shift in attitudes. In 2018, although there's still just over half young people agreed that sometimes teachers needed to hit students to make them listen, they seem to have much tighter boundaries around what is or is not acceptable punishment, and to be much more critical of fear as a pedagogical tool. So the qualitative data is trying to look more closely at what's going on, and in some ways it echoes what the quantitative data seems to be saying, in that it's still quite commonplace for people to agree that some punishment should be used if it's considered to be fair or moderate or proportional. But at the same time, there's a huge amount of variation within and between young people's accounts. Often people felt that there's a reciprocal relationship between adults and children in which young people are expected to perform humility and respect, and caregivers in turn to discipline to uphold values and maintain the generational order. And I'm not going to read through all the quotes, so they're up there for you to read yourself, but the example here from Sam. Sam is someone who's lived with economic struggles all through his life. He had to leave school at the end of primary, and he now works in kind of subsistence farming. And he didn't support the ban. He believed or said that beating is needed. And he says, because for us who were beaten are far different from those children who were not beaten. And he seems to be presenting himself as a kind of responsible, respectable young man whose identity has been shaped partly through his childhood beatings. And what he's also doing in his quote is kind of distancing himself from some of the tropes of modern life. So he sees young people with fashionable clothes or young people as troublemakers. I'm going to have to speed up. As kind of modern childhood discourses that are perceived as undermining caregiving and somehow disrupting the generational balance of power. And we've found some caregivers also express this view. In contrast, there were other young people who adopted more critical standpoints. And so Kalunji is similar age. He's still in school. He's been quite successful as a learner, and he's a senior student in school. And for him, he sees his own views as having changed. And he accounts for that with his kind of maturation, but also his experience in different schools that have helped him to think differently about punishment and to reflect that beating doesn't have an impact and that you could talk to young children instead of beating them. When we found that his views were shaped by his different experiences in schools and his relationship with his mother, who we also interviewed and who talked about how her own disciplinary practices had changed as she got slightly more economic security in her life and also support from within her neighbourhood. What we've would say that Kalunji and some other young people have developed a kind of more secure subject positioning as a senior student in the school with an effective discipline system and an institutional culture that fostered student voice and a sense of belonging. But that contrasted with some other young people, like Nkola in this example, who where changes of school and in the present school, bullying and erratic discipline practices increased feelings of insecurity, unsafe, and also feeling uncared for. And she is, on the one hand, deeply critical of the corporal punishment, but also doesn't support the ban. So for her and for others, corporal punishment could be viewed as both threatening and protective at the same time in the absence of an effective disciplinary system. And for teachers and caregivers too, the ban was sometimes seen as a symbolic attack that undermined their capacity to teach or to care, particularly in the context of overcrowded, under-resourced classrooms, with their feelings of insecurity then generating sometimes harsher punishments or giving up, a kind of abrogation of responsibility to discipline or care. So to conclude, overall we felt that views, perspectives and experiences were in flux. That young people's views are complex and multifaceted, and that the web of power and violence generates insecurities in young people, teachers and caregivers that reinforce corporal punishment practices. We would argue that bans on their own won't create meaningful change, and you need to work at multiple levels to address the material, structural and institutional forces that underpin violence. And what do we learn from young people about schools? That there's a kind of importance of nurturing relationships, what Deepak in his writing has called kind of institutional cultures in schools, where we're thinking about security and also sort of a sense of belonging and voice and dialogue. Thank you.
I need to bring this mic down, and I believe everyone can hear me. Excellent. So, good afternoon. I'm so happy to see such a room full of people, especially after lunch. So, thank you for being here. And my name is Asta Ramaya, and I'm an assistant scientist at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I am a mixed methods researcher, so I do both quantitative and qualitative research. And so far, all my work has been around understanding what violence means across different contexts and how different structural determinants like gender, socioeconomic status, as well as like citizenship status affects violence experiences. So this presentation today is going to focus on understanding how adolescents experience violence and its perceived impact on mental health. So I know we haven't had any interactive things today, so I wanted to bring that approach to mind. And I think if people can just raise your hands or just shout out, I think one of the first things that I wanted to ask the audience today was, what comes to your mind when you think about violence and mental health during adolescence? It can be solutions, it can be issues, it can be concerns, it can be programs, it can be anything. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. One more? Okay. Societal thoughts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So as we think about what everyone said right now and take that in, today I'm going to be talking about the intersection of violence and distress, because I think when we talk about mental health, especially talking about mental health in low and middle income countries, many times that becomes a stigmatized topic that is based on Western notions of what comes out as mental health, you know, and that doesn't take away. And I think it's similar for violence as well. Like, what is the meaning of violence? What is the meaning of mental health? And when you put two things together that evoke stigma and that evoke privacy, I think we need to think about how can we get data and hear the voices of people to understand these two very important intersections. So this study was done across 13 countries, and I think this was done with colleagues from around the world. It was a UNICEF-funded study, and what we found was that we found two gaps. The first gap was most of the current research is quantitative, and it occurs in single countries for a single type of violence. And what is missing is this cross-country comparison and qualitative voices of youth who are experiencing life, but as part of their life, they're experiencing this violence as well as mental health. So we wanted to understand the adolescent perspectives to violence. The second assumption and the second gap that I wanted to highlight was usually when we look at papers, when we look at reports, there is this narrative which is very gendered, that boys disproportionately are perpetrators and girls are victims. What we don't know is how violence affects boys and girls differentially, and how the gender system influences both violence as well as coping mechanisms through mental health. And so this paper was trying to understand this power structure, but it was also trying to understand the experiences of boys and girls separately, to understand their experiences as well as their coping mechanisms. So in order to fill these gaps, what we did was, one, we explored adolescents' lived experiences of violence victimization and its mental health consequences. And the second objective was to identify what were the commonalities but differences in violence victimization experiences and mental health responses based on gender, but also context, because this was done across 13 countries. And these were all the countries where we conducted the study. I am not going to go through all of them, but as I mentioned, this was a collaboration between UNICEF and Johns Hopkins, and it was part of the State of the World Children's Report in 2021. A total of 71 focus group discussions were conducted. In most of the countries, we had stratified by both sex and age, but in some of the countries, we couldn't do that, so we didn't. And we approximately, within each focus group discussion, each country recruited about 8 participants. And the participants were mostly, if you see, were from low middle income countries and were from urban or peri-urban areas. So the findings that we are getting over here are from urban poor or peri-urban areas. And the data collection happened during, right after COVID, between February and June of 2021. So for analysis, we took an inductive thematic approach, and we used open coding. And for this paper specifically, what we did was we restructured the quotations so that we had the types of violence, but how they differed by sex and how they differed by geography, as well as by environment. So where was this violence happening, you know? And so now we go to the fun part, which is the results. And here, for both boys and girls, what we found was emotional violence was the most pervasive form of harm. Young people reported verbal and relational aggression from peers, from teachers, from family, based on appearance, based on performance, or based on perceived differences. So one boy in Egypt said, once a teacher came in class and said, stand up. We all stood up, but one of us was tying his shoes. The teacher grabbed the boy and he beat him so badly that he bled all over. This highlights how teachers become perpetrators and how students also talked about how public humiliation for simple or minor issues, such as mistakes on assignments, also led to school-based violence, you know. One of the other very important things that I did want to highlight was poverty. And I think when we think about it within sub-Saharan Africa, where poverty, food insecurity, lack of resources are universal, are mostly impacting a large population. This was a cross-cutting factor. And here we have a quote from a younger boy in Malawi who said, some of the problems boys face include being mocked to say, who are you? Your homes are poor. You are not eating daily. Look at us. We're gaining weight now. You are just getting thin, you know? And so bringing in that verbal aspect and how what is happening within the family transcends to the school and comes from peers becomes very, very real in the lives of adolescents. So now my next slide is going to be looking at what were the unique experiences for boys. And what we found was that growing up in places where physical violence was routine and was very much linked to gang activity, drugs, as well as gang activity as well as drugs. And fighting was actually normalized, but it was a necessary coping strategy or a defense mechanism. So here, older male in Kenya said, You might find that someone is using drugs, and you just know drugs don't make people think straight. He might be sitting somewhere just studying people, yet he doesn't know them, and if you follow him, anything can happen, or even fighting can erupt from nowhere. He might beat you, then you get injured, or you get beat, or you beat him, then you get arrested, you know? And so this brings in all these different levels. So what is happening? This is more around community-based violence, and it is through how drug use and substance use affects aggression and becomes a form of coping for boys to show that they're boys and to demonstrate these heteronormative norms that we have. Now, we go to girls' unique experiences. And what was very evident amongst girls was these experiences of sexual violence and sexual harassment. So these were usually perpetrated by parents, by step-parents, as well as by teachers. And there were transactional sex demands under the threat of losing educational opportunities as well. Girls reported abuse, being shamed or silenced by adults who are supposed to be the ones protecting them, right? And so this led directly to dress as well as mobility restrictions. So here, an older girl in Chile said, in schools where I studied, the girls could not wear short tights because there were male teachers who could look up their legs. So we had to go around exercising with sweatpants all hot simply because male teachers could not look at our legs, you know? And I think this comes back to how are we using the norms and what are we doing when it comes to understanding and addressing these violence experiences, which directly affect mental health, you know? In the Middle East and North African region, violence was used to enforce patriarchal control, and there were a lot of quotes around gender norms. Now, here, a younger girl from Egypt said, I know someone who has a brother that wanted money. He would take it from his sister, and if she refused, he would hit her. Another girl from Jordan said, it is possible that she will be beaten by her family and be afraid of them and commit suicide, so that they will not punish her and commit suicide because she feels she's the reason for their dignity. So here, we are bringing in what is happening at the family level. What do these norms mean at the family level, and how does that impact girls themselves? So this is one of my last slides, I believe, but I think in summary, what we're seeing is we see that violence is experienced universally by adolescents, and this directly takes a toll on their mental health as well as their emotional distress. However, we also see that the nature of violence differs for boys and girls, you know? And growing concern on mental as well as emotional health of young people. While mental health services are crucial, we need to address the structural determinants such as poverty, such as unequal gender norms, which contribute to both violence, but also the mental health of young people. The family, the school, and the community structures are also contributing to this mental distress. And what we need are solutions which bring in all of these different levels and have national commitments through policy, but also have communities engaged in those national commitments so that we have interventions across all the different levels. Programs should also be gender sensitive and context specific based on the power differentials. And policies should focus on creating and protecting emotional well-being. Lastly, as a researcher, I think I would be remiss not to provide research implications, but most of the future research should evaluate the effectiveness and the cost efficiency of interventions amongst young people, as well as have studies and programs that integrate gender and poverty and how they shape both mental health and safety. So this is my last slide, but I wanted to ask all of you again, how would you address emotional distress? Thoughts? Sounds good. All right. Thank you. These are the references, and then this is my email.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Ibuka.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the organizer for this opportunity to present my study. Today I'll be presenting a study that I did in collaboration with a colleague on differential impacts of bullying and sexual violence on girls' self-esteem in Nigeria. Okay. Okay. So in this study, our main focus is to look at the buffering role of social support, whether social support acts as a moderator in the relationship between these two forms of school-based violence and girls' self-esteem. And for this study, we use baseline data from World Bank Agile project that was conducted in three northern states in Nigeria, which comprises secondary school girls across these three states. Next slide. So as a form of background to our study, so the prevalence of child violence in Nigeria is high. And according to the last Violence Against Children survey, which happened in 2014, it shows that 6 in 10 children experience any form of violence. And again, 1 in 4 girls report experiencing sexual violence. And one striking thing about this is that just fewer than this number receive any form of support, any form of formal support after these incidents. So the motivation behind our study is, according to a recent review of literature across 2 middle-income countries, it shows that the adoption of post-school approaches in mitigating the effects of school violence is most time limited in most countries. And the same is the case for countries like Nigeria. A study found that across sample schools that were surveyed, most of the teachers did not receive any kind of formal training on how to resolve issues around school-based violence. So, yeah, next slide. So this forms the motivation behind our study. And in this study, we kind of examined 2 key hypotheses. Like I mentioned earlier, we looked at the direct relationship between exposure to this school-related gender-based violence. Specifically, we looked at bullying and sexual violence, whether this has a direct relationship with girls' self-esteem. And in our second hypothesis, we tried to look at whether passive social support from family, friends, and other significant individuals could act as a mediator between this relationship. Next slide. So our study is based on the stress buffering model of Cohen and Wells, 1985. So according to this stress buffering model, it argues that social support can help to mitigate the effects of stressors. In this case, we are looking at SRGBV exposure as one of possible stressor to social psychosocial outcome, which is girls' self-esteem in our context. So we are primarily looking at how passive social support moderates this relationship between school-based violence exposure and girls' self-esteem. So this formed the key objective of our study. Next slide. So for this study, like I mentioned earlier, that this study is based on, we use baseline data from Agile Project, which is the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment. So it is a kind of analytical cross-sectional design study. And the geographical coverage of this baseline data is 3 northern Nigerian states, and the methodology that was used to generate this data was face-to-face interview with students, their caregivers, and principal. And for the data, the original data set has over 8,000 observations for secondary school girls. But in our analytical sample, we use only 5,936 of these observations. And the demographics of this sample, the age range of students is between 15 to 20 years. And most of these students are day students. And also we try to capture some school level factors that could also explain this relationship. And one of these factors that we included in our analysis is a measure of school infrastructure, which we constructed using information on availability of some key infrastructure, such as toilets and number of seats, and whether there's available seats for students and all of that. And yeah, the location distribution of our study is distributed across urban, rural, and semi-urban areas in these 3 northern states. Next slide. So all the measures that we use in this study were adapted from the standardized instruments that was administered during the Agile survey. So both our measures of school-based violence, that is bullying and sexual violence, and also our measures of social support and girls' self-esteem, they were all adapted from the survey. And the survey used standardized instruments, which is common among researchers. And we also included some key control variables in our analysis. Next slide. So our analytical approach, like I mentioned earlier, this is an analytical cross-sectional design study. So we use a multi-level linear model to be able to account for the nested nature of the data sets, because these 5,936 students, they were nested across 69 secondary schools in this state. So we wanted to account for that. That is the motivation behind our analytical approach. And the model specification is just like every multi-level model. We started with the unconditional norm model, then the main effects, and then we tested for the moderation as well. Next slide. So the key findings from our study is that, first of all, about the direct relationship between school-based violence exposure and girls' self-esteem. Just like most studies showed, we found evidence that there is a direct negative association between these two measures of school-based violence and girls' self-esteem. But an interesting thing is that we noticed that in terms of the magnitude of the coefficients, we noticed that sexual violence tend to have higher, the magnitude is a bit higher compared to bullying victimization. And also the association between passive social support and girls' self-esteem. We also found a positive association, which is expected. So across all the measures of passive social support that we included in the study, we found a significant positive association across these measures of girls' self-esteem. And also some of the contextual factors that we accounted for also showed a significant association with our outcome variable, which is girls' self-esteem. Next slide. Okay, so another key findings from our study, which is the main finding, is about the moderating role of social support. So when we interacted bullying and social support, we observed that there is a significant moderation effect across three measures of social support, particularly from family support and friend support, and also the overall indicator of passive social support. We noticed that there is a moderation effect, but on the other hand, when we did the same for sexual violence, there is no significant moderation across all the measures of social support. So next slide. Yeah, okay, a simple slope analysis of bullying and social support, the interaction between these two, it shows that there is a conditional effect of bullying across different levels of passive social support. So we noticed that for girls that reported high passive support, in this case, we just visualize only that of family support. We see that the effect is almost eliminated compared to those that reported low and average social support. So for those that reported the low social support, the negative association tends to be more stronger compared to those that has, for those that reported high passive family support, we noticed that it turns to be positive and it remains negative, but not significant. And this is clearly shown using this chart. So what are the key takeaways from our study? Next slide. Yeah, so one of the major key takeaways from our study is how different forms of school-based violence may tend to have different different impacts on girls' self-esteem. And our study kind of provided suggestive evidence on that. From what I just showed earlier, we noticed that in as much as there is a kind of both bullying and sexual violence have negative association with girls' self-esteem. But when we now tested for the moderation and social support, we noticed that um, social, social support does not moderate the effects of sexual violence on girls' self-esteem. So one possible explanation to our finding is that, or one possible explanation to this finding could be that the stigma or um, the stigma or trauma attached to sexual violence could be overwhelming, that any general support could not be able to mitigate its impact on girls' self-esteem. So a key takeaway is that when designing policies and intervention that tend to address school-based violence, it is important that we pay attention to each of these forms of violence, because it's possible that an intervention designed to address bullying may not be also effective to address the effects of sexual violence. And yeah, some of the key limitations of our study that is worth noting is that the cross-sectional design of our study. So our claims here does not in any way infer causality, and also on measurements, because that is one of the key problems when designing intervention or when carrying out surveys that has to do with school-based violence. So we recommend that future studies could take this into account and build upon this evidence to design interventions that are properly targeted at addressing the effects of school-based violence on girls' self-esteem across rural and middle-income countries. Thank you.
And special thank you to Eboka for soldiering on with technology and staying up late at night as well. So thank you very much. So you heard from all our three panelists. The through line in all three presentations was this idea that children's experience of violence is as Jenny uses this language, layered experience. It's not an event, but it's the context of their lives, that multiple things are informing how they're analyzing that experience of violence, and multiple implications emerge as a result of it. And therefore, it's really not easy to come up with one magic bullet that solves all the issue of violence against children, but that it needs, in some ways, a much more nuanced intervention. So thank you very much to all three of you. The floor is open for questions. Anyone want to start us off? So maybe we'll start from here, and then we'll come here.
Thank you so much for these excellent presentations. My question is from Astha. I just wanted you to reflect on the socio-demographic factors that are of relevance, particularly in all these 13 countries, apart from gender and age. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentations, super interesting and also novel ways that helped me also think about the problem. So I had a question for Jenny. So there's recent work coming out by Nava Ashra, where they're trying to provide participants in their program with something, what they call is envisioning a new way of seeing themselves and seeing the world. the paper is called Learning to See a World of Opportunities. So this came to mind when you were describing your results, that in a context where there's such high levels of violence in school, which I'm projecting it, they also extrapolate also to the household and other contexts. So then the level of acceptability and normalization of violence is so hard that it also influences what they think corporal punishment is, the value of corporal punishment, let's say, quote unquote. And in this setting is like almost like a violence trap, or it's very difficult to imagine a different scenario. I think you mentioned the Western values and Western type of approach, let's say. So I don't know if there's something to this in your context, and if you think providing an opportunity where there is a substantial change in the system, not individual, something much larger, which would allow to shift a little bit sort of this trap in this very high violence context where everybody around me is in this, so I am not able to see something else, something different. And considering it also through the lens of how the history, the colonial history, and so on, how this, I've always been trained to thought in this manner. This is the only thing I see. I cannot observe anything else because I've never seen it.
Thank you. One more question over there, and then we'll come to you.
This is a question for Asta, Xavier UNESCO. Some of your quotes reminded me of an old concept in social psychology, which is the one of secondary victimization, and the theory of the belief in a just world by Lerner, whereby people believe that in a just world, if something happens to someone, it is probably because that someone deserved it somehow. So if a girl is raped, it's because the skirt was too short, or if someone was beaten, it's because that someone was hanging with the wrong people, or if a child is disciplined, it's because this child obviously behaved badly. And so it's called secondary victimization because there is the being beaten, raped, etc. But on top of that, believing that there is a justification for it. And I was wondering if this is something that applied to your results, to what you observed, and if this could be a useful concept for you to interpret them.
Thank you. Do you want to start by addressing?
Sure. I will address the sociodemographic factors. So if you looked at the list of the 13 countries beyond sex and age, we also sampled from cities, and these were most of the major cities. So in China, we had Shanghai. In Chile, we had Santiago. Most of the adolescents were in school. They were not out of school, but the schools that they were going to were public schools, which meant that we were getting the urban pool, like the lower socioeconomic status, given like a lot of private schools in these areas, and so those were mostly our sociodemographics. I know from previous work in sub-Saharan Africa, many of the adolescents lived in single-family homes. So they were either living with a mother or a father or a grandparent. And so in sub-Saharan Africa, I think some of the quotes were talking about stepfathers who were part and parcel of the violence. And so those were very prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa. So in terms of secondary victimization, and I think, thank you very much for that question. I think this goes back to, and I think with like the release of the Epstein files and all of these things that are happening around the world, there is a lot of time where people believe they're doing the right thing to bring people back to track. So this comes with like drug use. This comes with like some of these coping mechanisms where the girl said that it's better if I commit suicide so that my family's dignity is maintained, you know. And I think this comes back to these social norms that you are talking about, and the fact that social norms are so inbuilt in people's minds that what they're doing is the right thing for that group of people also begs the question about why are we not recognizing that every human can make mistakes, you know? And it's not that even if they make mistakes, they should still have the opportunity to see a life where they are able to fulfill their own potential. And I think this is a very much, again, it comes back to the norms and what are the norms at the community level, which influence what others things are the right behaviors and what are not the right behaviors. And when we talk about injunctive norms as well as descriptive norms, we also know about sanctions and we know about rewards, you know? And so if a person engages in a behavior that someone else thinks is wrong, then that someone else thinks it's their role to make amends and teach them, you know? And I think from the transcripts, this comes out very, very acutely. And it goes back to, we talk about these levels of hierarchies, you know? And it goes back to power structures and how people within these power structures, depending on which place they're in, which person they're in, say, this is the right thing to say, and this is not the right thing to say, or this is the right thing to do, or this is not the right thing to do. And I think in the end, we need to, when we are thinking about solutions, we need to go back to that agency. We need to go back to the collective resilience and community-based resilience, you know? And I know resilience is a very big word. I do think these solutions need to address these norms amongst those who are thinking, who are like part and parcel of the victimization process and the perpetration process, you know, when we are designing solutions. And so one of the really nice things that I think this data shows is that multi-level interventions need to be addressed based on to address school violence, you know.
You want to pick up the...
Yeah, sure. The question about envisaging the world differently. Yeah, I mean, I think what I intended to say is that it's highly contested, corporal punishment, in that setting. So it's not that everybody can't see the world differently, and that experiences of the past and also the kind of continuing present in schools have a bearing. But in that context, there were lots of moves between schools, particularly with this was just, most of those interviews were after the COVID lockdown. Lots of people went to new schools. So there's a kind of big turnaround. So lots of different kind of experiences. And so I think for quite a lot of young people, they could envisage things differently in a way. But the kind of constant repetition of forms of violence just grinds into you, as well as you know, the other kind of power dynamics that I was talking about. So yeah, I guess I think people, I don't think we should be giving false promises to people, which is one of the, I haven't read the article you're talking about. It sounds like I should do. It'd be interesting. But I think we have to be careful about kind of, they found no effects. Yeah. But we kind of have to address what's producing the things that kind of layer violence into place, hold it in place. But I would say these aren't passive young people who are just, the ones that found it most difficult to envisage the world differently are the ones who are out of school because of poverty, because they're being kind of pushed out of school. And they're so busy living their day-to-day lives, they're not exposed to schools which are trying, even if violence is happening, corporal punishment is happening, it's not happening in every class. They're experiencing different things. They have sometimes opportunities to think and reflect and question. But if you're living your daily life where you're just trying to get on with your job and you're working, or you're finding a way of means to existence, it's much harder. So it's not equal for people.
And so the unifying thought between the two being that for interventions, not only do you need to address skill building in the person who's experiencing violence, but we also have to address the belief systems and the operational culture around that person such that it's possible for them to change. Yeah? Addressing injunctive norms as well as alternative visions of yourself being possible because of the prevailing value system. Buka, feel free to comment if you have a comment. Yeah, just let me know that you want to come. You have a question?
Two quick questions. One for Ebuka. I think this question of the buffering effect, I think, is a really interesting one, and I think the initial finding that for some kinds of violence, like bullying, it's more effective than others. You mentioned the limitations of the cross-sectional data, and I was just curious if you've thought at all about kind of, what the next study, like what the next best study would be to do to kind of figure out how to sort of take advantage of these buffering networks to support children. And then I have an impossible question for Jenny, because it comes out of, this paper, there are these very contested views, right? And so like with the ban, some people like the ban, some people hate corporal punishment but still don't like the ban. So this is going beyond the paper, but do you have an intuition about, whether there's like an inflection point, right? Like how, in order to get to a place where it's kind of, accepted that whether it's corporal punishment or some other sort of violence, like how far do we have to get? There will always be some contestation of these things, right? Like there are always people who have a counter belief, but how far we need to get before we're able to sort of see real societal shifts.
So Ebuka, should we go, because we're running short of, then we'll come to you on panel, yeah? Did you want to answer that, respond to that comment from David?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. I think building on these findings, I think future studies can, because a recent review showed that relationship-based interventions are not quite common when it comes to like addressing these school-based violence. So the fact that our findings suggest that maybe intervention that try to leverage on informal support, maybe from family, and intervention that is kind of relationship centered could help to mitigate the negative effects of bullying on girls' self-esteem. And also going forward, it's the fact that we did not, there is no suggestive evidence concerning bullying role on sexual violence. It also suggests that future studies can try to, when designing interventions that is targeted at addressing sexual violence, it is best to use approaches that kind of provide kind of specialized support for this form of violence. So when in our paper, we try to argue about what we call what is common in most rural and middle-income African countries, that sexual violence has a kind of stigma that is attached to it. So addressing this kind of thing should go beyond every common type of intervention. It should also try to look at finding specific or interventions that are best tailored for sexual violence. And such kind of intervention could be providing specialized support for girls who are victims of this form of violence, and also trying to address the social norms that are attached to this form of violence.
We're short of time, so quick. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a question for Jenny, and also in response to David's question around when we would see real societal shifts. And I think when we're looking at moving from implementation of a ban into lived practice in schools, we're not looking just at changing gender and social norms, but we're also looking at putting in place alternates. So looking at positive discipline in schools, or examples of school leaders that are creating a positive school culture, or other interventions that we've seen through the Good School Toolkit, for example. So in your research, did you find any little islands of hope, or young people that had experienced other ways of being within school environments that, in that sense, then reflected differently on the way they viewed corporal punishment, and how that transformation could happen at more of a school or societal level?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, thank you for answering Dave's question. Very helpful.
Or trying to.
And yes, I think the example of Kalunji that I gave is kind of an example of hope, and he wasn't the only person that way. And what I would say is it's not about kind of going along and just teaching alternative discipline, because it's not dealing with all those other layers, but it is about what the Good School Kit tries to do. And in fact, what I didn't really get a chance to speak about is that some of these young people, when they've been in primary school, their schools had been through the kind of Good Schools Toolkit process, but this was like 4 years or even 6 or 8 years later. Different schools hadn't had that. So most of the young people didn't remember it. It wasn't necessarily targeting, it was, working with the whole school. It wasn't about something that the children you would want as children necessarily to remember, but they might, but in fact, Kalunji did remember it. And he did sort of talk about how that made him think about what a good school was. And so I think that kind of notion of thinking beyond just kind of going in and teaching alternative discipline, or you've got to find ways to sack teachers, or to just deal with a ban, is about how you deal with the kinds of layering of this kind of feelings of insecurity that school members are left with, that then reinforces the violence, and so having to kind of work at those different levels at the same time. And that, I think, is what the Good Schools Toolkit does beautifully. What the Good Schools Toolkit, we should get you, Hope and Deepak, to talk more about it. But the issue is often with interventions, they go in, they have time-limited period, then they leave again. And of course, what the Raising Voices have been trying to do since then has been like, how do you integrate this into the fabric of an education system? And that's what we, as researchers, haven't been very good at really thinking about. How do you really do that? So
Thank
there we go.
For that. Any final quick 1 minute thing before we end, because we're 2 minutes over time. So
No, I think we're good.
anything you want to say before we clock off, Ebuka? Sorry, I'm pointing to the screen. You're fine. Anything fine?
That's fine, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much to our panelists for taking the time, and thank you for the wonderful questions. We are breaking for half an hour, and we'll come back here in the next session. You do not want to miss. It's the most exciting session of the day, so come back already.
everyone, and welcome to this policy panel. I'm Rachel Glenister, President of the Center for Global Development. And it's great to be talking about school violence, despite the fact that it's a very depressing topic. School violence is the nasty open secret of education in low and middle income countries. Everyone who has worked in and around schools knows that it's a huge problem and nobody talks about it. It is a stain that everyone looks away from. Well, we're going to talk about it. We are talking about it. We're going to study it, and we're going to do something about it. So the panel that you're about to hear from has a lot of good ideas, so I don't want to spend too much of your time, but I wanted to talk about three things, make 3 points. School violence is huge, it's important, and we can do something about it. So it's huge. I mean, the evidence that we have so far suggests about 246 million girls and boys were affected by school violence in schools and around schools. But honestly, when we dig in and look in detail, we find that the data is even worse than that, right? So if you look at surveys from Tanzania suggest 1 in 2 children have experienced corporal punishment. And in Brazil, 2/3 of 6th graders report being physically bullied. So, these numbers could get much bigger if we start getting more data. And a lot of the problem is, and this is why I'm so proud of the work that CGD has been doing, is we just haven't dug into this. We've been looking away. The second point is that it's important. Now, you're going to hear about evidence about how much does school violence affect learning outcomes and attendance, and that's all important, and we need more studies on that. But that's not the main reason it's important. The main reason it's important is that children should not be subject to violence in school or anywhere else. Now, there is rigorous evidence that, as you might expect, that when we have anti-bullying programs, you get more, better learning and higher attendance. But as I say, that's not the thing that we should, it's not that we want to reduce violence because it helps learning. No, we want to reduce violence because we want to reduce violence. Okay, and the last point is that things can change. And, again, you're going to hear specific examples of programs that, and you have heard about programs that are working on the ground. But in the last generation, we have seen so many countries radically change their perspective on school violence. When I was at school, my peers were caned, right? Kids in my class were caned. And there was a view that bullying was just part of childhood. And there was a code of silence that you didn't talk about it. Now, somebody who was close to me had a knife pulled on them, and they would never have considered telling a teacher that they had a knife pulled on them, right? This is not okay, just outside the school gates. But when my kids went to school, there were anti-bullying signs everywhere, and it was not socially acceptable to stay silent. And I think my proudest mum moment was when my kid came home and explained about how he'd observed bullying, and he'd gone to the teacher and explained it, and something was done. And that, because there wasn't a social stigma for him speaking up. And that happened in 1 generation. So when we talk about, it is a hard problem to fix, Because it is the case that in many low and middle income countries, parents use corporal punishment and they just see, and they want teachers to use corporal punishment. But that was the case when I was a kid too, in the UK. So it is possible to change things. And, you know, I am incredibly relieved that things have changed in many countries. And more relevantly, you know, we have seen anti-bullying and anti-violence programs in low and middle income countries deliver. As I say, it's not going to be easy, but I am incredibly proud of the people who are working about this, forcing us to look at this difficult problem, admit that things are bad, speaking up, just as I was proud of my son for speaking up. I'm proud of all of you and the team at CGD for speaking up and putting a spotlight on a very difficult, very important problem, but that one that we can change. Over to Dave.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Rachel for that welcome. My name is David Evans from the Center for Global Development. I am very excited to be here moderating this conversation. The objective that we have over the next hour and a little bit is to first understand what we still need to know, but I would say, and that's very important, but it is also secondary to understanding what we can do right now. We need to learn a lot more about this challenge. That's not an excuse for inaction in the present, right? And both of those agendas need to move forward. And we have an excellent panel assembled here to help speak to us about this. I'm going to go ahead and introduce this group. We have Karen DeVries, Professor of Social Epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. We have Hope Wambi, Coordinator of Violence Against Children Prevention at Raising Voices. We have Laura Savage, the Executive Director of the International Education Funders Group. And we have Maria Mercedes Mateo Berganza Diaz, Chief of the Education Division at the Inter-American Development Bank. So the way we're going to go ahead is we're going to start with two short presentations. We're going to hear from Karen first to talk to us a little bit about those of you who've been here over the course of today in the research workshop that accompanies this panel. We've heard a lot about different pieces of evidence. We're going to hear Karen bring it all together seamlessly on what we know about how to fight school-related violence. And then Hope, coming from more of an implementer practitioner perspective, is going to talk to us about some of the implementation challenges and experience with overcoming those challenges. And then after that, we'll bring our entire panel up and talk about both those issues and some of the challenges in getting funding around this issue and getting governments activated and involved in this issue. And so, without further ado, we'll pass it to Karen and then straight to Hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Hi, everyone. That was a very low-pressure introduction. I'm going to bring everything together seamlessly. Okay, slides are a minute, or do I have to press forward? There we go. Brilliant. Right. So as Dave mentioned, I am a social epidemiologist, and I am delighted to be at a meeting that's all about school violence because I've been working on this issue for probably approaching almost 20 years now. So it's really great to see a gathering of people focused on this. So I come at this very much from a public health and violence prevention perspective. So that's kind of where I'm talking from today. So when I think about school violence, I think this is an area where there's a great need, but also a great opportunity for us to do some really impactful work. And I know, everybody here, we're aware of the statistics. We know the prevalence of school violence is really, really high. So most children who attend school in most countries will experience some form of violence, whether that's bullying or peer violence, dating violence in an intimate relationship, or physical or sexual violence from a teacher, also really common in a lot of countries. We also know that violence is bad for you. The evidence is really clear. So violence causes a very high disease burden, so lots of different health outcomes, substance abuse, poor mental health, injury, increased risk of sexually transmitted infections. You name it, violence is kind of causally linked to this. So in public health, we place a really high kind of emphasis on the need to prevent violence. We also know it leads to poor education and poor employment outcomes for kids further down the line. The World Bank's also done some costing estimates, and that's come out at just school violence alone costs us $1 trillion annually. So huge. The news is not all bad, I think. This also gives us a great opportunity. So I think, you know, from a public health perspective, schools are a really ideal platform for violence prevention, not only in the school, but also in the surrounding school communities. So violence prevention, it really already aligns, I think, with the core mission of schools to support social and emotional learning and development. Schools are also accountable to governments and to parents. So we have some say in what happens in schools. And the vast majority of children, even though there are lots of children out of school, most kids in most countries do pass through school and spend at least a bit of time there. And really interestingly, I think, there is also some evidence when we look at school violence interventions that they can be effective not only in the school, but the children can actually take some of those things that they've learned, and the effects can then push out into wider communities. So it's a great platform. The other thing, just on the opportunity, is that I think now is it's a great moment in violence research, funding challenges notwithstanding. But many of you will be aware that in 2024, we had the first ever global ministerial conference to end violence against children in Bogota. And at that conference, 108 countries made pledges to end violence by 2030. So very exciting. And at the ministerial conference, I think there was a heavy focus on the INSPIRE guidance, which is by WHO, UNICEF, and other agencies, as a kind of way to encourage violence prevention. And INSPIRE has 7 strategies in it. But at Bogota, the ask was really for governments and other actors to focus on 3 key pillars where there's sort of the most potential for violence prevention to have impact. And one of those pillars was around schools. So schools as a kind of key entry point, and then also a focus on education and life skills interventions to do that wider kind of violence prevention. So it's an exciting moment in the field. And also really encouragingly, I think the field is now at a point where we've got examples of what works. And that's still, the evidence is coming mainly from high-income countries, but we do have an increasing number of interventions that have been tested in low and middle-income countries. And these are focused kind of across the spectrum of violence that children might experience. And I think it's a bit difficult to say still at this stage with where we're at in our understanding of the evidence, kind of what exactly works. But there are sort of some common elements we think are important in successful approaches. So when we look at that, interventions that often work are taking a whole school approach. So they're working not only with students or with teachers, but with multiple actors within a school. They're often doing things to change norms and attitudes around violence, which we've heard a lot about across the panels today. They're doing things to support the improvement of relationships, whether that's between students or between teachers and students. They do often provide concrete skills around how to resolve conflict in a nonviolent way, or how to do nonviolent discipline. And then linked to the whole school approach, successful interventions seem to do an element of creating social support so that you are not the only person in the system who has got some new skills, but people around you are also changing in tandem. And I put up, there's a lovely evidence review that's been done by the Coalition for Good Schools. It's focused on sub-Saharan Africa, but this is written in a practitioner-friendly way and is a nice summary around some of the evidence we have about what works. Okay, but before everyone gets too excited and thinks that overly rosy picture represents reality, in my view, as an academic, I think that we still actually have quite limited evidence in this field on what works. And overall, I think we still have relatively few trials of interventions to prevent violence that have been delivered in schools. And my colleague Emily and my group have been doing some work where we've been doing a systematic review, and we've got all of them. And the number that came out of our systematic review was 160. So there are 160 trials of violence interventions that have been tested in schools. And that might sound like a lot, but in public health, when I compare this to other kind of conditions that are really important in this space, the number just is so small in comparison. And to give you an example, I looked this up just before I came here. The smoking cessation people, we all know like smoking's really bad for you, huge public health problem. Guess how many trials they have? So as of 2024, in their most recent set of reviews, there were 3,022 trials of different smoking cessation interventions versus our 160. Yeah, so I think we still have a long way to go to kind of grow our evidence base to the level where it kind of matches the public health need. So when we look inside these trials, this circular graphic is kind of giving us a bit of a breakdown, looking at what forms of violence that the interventions focused on. And it sort of, I would say, matches the kind of epidemiology of children's experiences. So there's a lot of interventions looking at dating violence, sexual violence, bullying, which is great. Oh, 1 minute already. But way fewer interventions on cyberbullying and also on teacher violence, which we know is really important in some contexts. And I think the other thing which I alluded to previously was that, you know, out of this evidence base, we know something about the intervention packages that work, but we don't know that much about the ingredients of what works. So we're still not at the place where we can say, what does this kind of core or foundational violence intervention actually look like? This brings me to what I think the main question is in our field. I can see people nodding. And I fully agree with Dave's comments. Despite our limitations in knowledge about the exact ingredients of what works, we need to move now and implement things that do work at scale. There's almost no research on this. Same body of evidence, 160 trials. My colleague has searched from every trial forward in time to see if the intervention's been scaled up and then quantitatively evaluated. There are 6. Evaluation at scale is super important because things look different at scale. So there's very often changes to both intervention content and delivery model. We're doing these things in systems where there are competing interventions and different priorities, but we're not doing any research alongside this, which is a major gap. And also shout out to my colleagues this morning who did do a cost effectiveness study on their intervention. I don't know where she's gone. Yes, but that's great and one of very few examples. The last thing I wanted to say was just around safety. And again, I've been really heartened to hear some examples of research where good child protection protocols have been put in place. But I think in general, this is a conversation we are not having enough as we talk about scale. So when we do these interventions, we go out, we increase awareness, and then we know in a research setting when, children disclose to you. For the interventions, we are increasing this awareness, children will also disclose. And we're not talking enough about how we move the child protection systems to respond to these disclosures along with these big prevention interventions that we're doing. There's virtually no research on that. On the research side, we're doing a lot better, I would say, than 10 or 15 years ago. But I still do see research that goes out, asks children about violence without having any sort of safety plan or response plan in place to handle their disclosures, which is unethical. And I've put just a link to some guidance that myself and colleagues at UNICEF have recently done based on our long history of work just about how to do that kind of response planning safely. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's 12 a.m. back home, so I hope you stay with me. Yeah, so as introduced, my name is Hope Wambi. I work with Raising Voices. And at Raising Voices, we have been, sorry, I think I moved ahead of, oops, okay. Good. We are a feminist organization, and we have been preventing violence against women and violence against children for the past 25 years. We have iteratively developed two methodologies. You've already heard a lot about the Good School Toolkit, and I'll say a little bit more about it because we are here to share our experience of what it means to develop and implement the Good School Toolkit in collaboration and with aspiration for the scaling through the government of Uganda. We have also developed the SASA methodology that we use for preventing violence against women, and both of the methodologies are cited within the INSPIRE framework. And in terms of our programming, we have three pillars of our work. And we have the practice pillar, where we do on a daily the implementation in the schools and in the communities. And then we have the learning pillar, which helps us to learn from our work and feedback into the programming and refine our methodologies and our programming. And when we feel the ideas are ready for scale or ready to influence the field, we use our influencing pillar to help us ensure that these ideas don't remain with us as Raising Voices, but they permeate to the different spaces, including spaces like this and through the policy level. So in terms of the Good School Toolkit, which I'm here to share a little bit about, it's simply a collection of ideas and activities that schools, including teachers, students, and the entire ecosystem within the school, implement on a daily to create schools through preventing all forms of violence against children. It's an evidence-based methodology. We did an RCT in collaboration with Makerere University back in Uganda and the London School. And these are some of the findings from the Good School Toolkit, that it lowered the use of physical violence or corporal punishment by 42%, as well as lowered the approval of the use of corporal punishment by 50%. And it increased the attachment of the students to their schools and also lowered peer-to-peer violence. And having learned from that, we set out to implement, and this has been our experience of implementing while aspiring to scale through the government. And I think Karen and many people from morning have been talking about schools as entry point. Raising Voices, like many other organizations, made a strategic decision to use schools as entry point for the different reasons outlined, but also the fact that if we want to influence a system that interacts with the children the most, then education is one of those systems that should be targeted. And from the onset of the designing of the Good School Toolkit, we had the intention of scaling. It was designed with the intention of scaling through government. So we developed a local evidence-based scalable methodology sensitive to the culture context. We received a lot of feedback from Ministry of Education and other stakeholders within the Ugandan context, and that shaped the kind of language that we used in terms of developing the Good School Toolkit. For example, when we talked about intimate pattern violence, that was a no-go area in our context. But we knew that it was happening, especially in secondary schools. And the way around it was using language which is more accommodative, for example, health relationships, but addressing the IPV amongst the students. And another thing was we knew that when you speak about violence against children or child abuse, then people would get more defensive. But everybody wants their children to go to a good school, and everybody desires to have a good school. So that language was cultural appropriate, and then it is something that would resonate with the Ministry of Education and the government that we intended to scale up the work. Another thing was that it was aligned to the school calendar. We have had in different spaces, and we've experienced this, how teachers are overwhelmed. Like every intervention that comes is targeting teachers. And so this toolkit is designed in such a way that teachers don't need extra time to do the implementation. But the ideas are embedded within what they do on a daily. They do the same thing, but only do it better with the ideas from the Good School Toolkit. And then the GST was also iteratively developed and rigorously adapted over time. We started with a GST which was for only primary school. Later on, it was adapted to secondary. You agree that, you know, the way violence manifests in secondary is different. There's a lot of power, there are issues of bullying, there is agency that needs to be nurtured, but also directed. And then later on, we have the scalable version, which we are calling the GST Agile. And all those processes were developed with a lot of rigor and a lot of learning and a lot of experience from within Raising Voices and others and the government who were part of the process. And then we knew that for the ideas to gain traction, for them to be scaled, it was important for them to gain acceptance and endorsement from the key gatekeepers, because scale won't happen just by itself or by raising voices. So we set on to do what we called building an opinion infrastructure. Just having this infrastructure through which the ideas can permeate. And that meant engaging with media, engaging with head teachers, civil society organizations, teachers union, government ministries, and all the like. And lastly, we were looking at addressing a system. We've all been talking about sustainable change being system in nature. And so from our experience, we spoke about a whole school approach. Beyond just engaging the people and everybody within or surrounding the school, also engaging the structures, the systems, the policies, the culture, the day-to-day interaction and running of the school, ensuring that they are all aligned to the change that we want to see and everybody is part of the process. And then because we knew that we needed this to happen, we engaged into several conversations that have seen us sign a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Education in Uganda and the Ministry of Gender in Uganda. And lastly, we also ensured that we took a journey, a long journey, to have the Good School Toolkit certified by the National Curriculum Development Center. And last year in Bogota, in 2 years ago, it's already 2 years, 2024, November, we saw the government of Uganda commit to scaling the Good School Toolkit in the country. Now, in terms of challenges, yes, there are many that have been alluded to in this room. Firstly, the appreciation of violence against children as an education problem is still an issue. We've all been talking about how government cares about education outcomes. Parents are concerned about the grades. Teachers want to see the grades. So it's very hard for them to, relate, the issue of violence against children, or even prioritize it against the other priorities they feel they should be focusing on. So that is an issue in regard to scaling through government. And secondly, Karen and everybody has talked about the evidence being limited. I won't say a lot, like there was a whole session around limited evidence around violence and education outcomes. But also we have had a challenge of how education system works. You know, education systems are very amorphous. Take, for example, back home in Uganda. You will, you know, have allies in the space, engage a different department, along the way realize that, you know, it's not linear. You need to bring somebody else on board. And then you find that it's not only Ministry of Education, you need to bring someone else from maybe another department. So along the way, it's not a linear process. There's a lot of trial and error, and then come back and regroup and hit your head sometimes, and sometimes actually give up. I remember when we were pursuing the National Curriculum Development Center certificate, at a certain point we said, is it even worth it? Because it took us more than 10 years to get the Good School Toolkit certified by the National Curriculum Development Center. And the same applies to the Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Education. And then again, we've talked about the disconnect between policies and practice. Jenny was speaking about corporal punishment. We've been talking about the Bogota commitment. I was actually part of a very vibrant think tank that was putting in place the commitments. You know, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education, civil society organizations, development partners constituted a think tank, and we were thinking about the priorities for Uganda. And then that culminated into the statement that was read. The commitments were made. But the story is sometimes different when you get back home and you start following up. And then now government says, oh, we don't have budget, raise invoices. Do you have budget for this? So we know that we don't have the budget to sustain the commitments made by the government. But you know, there's that disconnect. Whereas we have the bans in place, for different reasons, you know, social norms and the like, it's very difficult for them to get real actualized. So how do we get those commitments? How do we get those policies to actually bite and be effective? But it's a good starting point, having them in place. Then lastly, violence against children is complex. We've been talking about it from morning, how complex it is, how it is not a quick fix or one size fits all, how we need to consider the context. And from my experience, we have learned that transforming an operational culture within the school with everybody on board is not just one activity. Because violence is not just an incident, like say corporal punishment. No, it's way beyond that. It's the culture in the school which is nurtured over the years. So we can't do that over time, or over only a short period of time, or with a quick fix solutions. When we did the Good School Toolkit, when we developed it, it has taken a lot of learning, iterative learning and refining, and there are specific ideas that we feel should be embedded in the programming. And when we talk about scale, we're not scaling the activities, we are scaling the principles and the ideas. We are talking about agency for the students and voice. We are talking about the concept of power. We are talking about positive discipline. We are talking about a whole school approach. And all these things together and many others cannot just be done in maybe school clubs or teacher training. It's a comprehensive approach. And it's very difficult to convince government sometimes to allocate funds for the comprehensive picture. But because they are looking for, tell me what works. How can I get this? Let me take the school clubs. Okay, at least we are going to take this. But you and I know that that's not enough for us to get to where we want to go. So that is also something that we are struggling with. And then in terms of lessons, as I wrap up, there are only two. The first is that there is need for strong collaboration. In this room, we have had a lot. Research has given us the evidence. Everybody here knows that violence against children is preventable because it has been prevented. And civil society organizations, other partners, in collaboration with government and others, have developed evidence-based methodologies. We know what works. There is evidence that some of these methodologies work. but we don't have what it takes. It's the government that has the structures. They have the teachers, they have the schools, they have the curriculum, they have what it takes. They have the budget and the mandate to ensure that these ideas are sustained through the education infrastructure. And for that to happen, we need to speak to each other. We need to be vulnerable and agree that this is how much I can do and this is how much the other institution can do. And so we need to collaborate. And this brings me to the last lesson regarding clarifying roles. I think it's Karen this morning who said, we can't just develop a beautiful methodology and throw it in the system and hope that it will thrive. You know, we've learned that there is what government can do and there is what civil society organizations can do. How do we clarify those roles? For example, the issue of having the civil society organizations' voice on the table. If we need to have this scaled up, it's very important that the originators of the idea, it's very important that people who have been working at the grassroots on a daily, the protagonists of these ideas are sitting on that table and having a round table conversation regarding how best we can scale. And when we work together, we hope that we can actually scale the evidence-based methodologies through collaboration with government and all other stakeholders. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to invite our two speakers and our other two panelists to please join me up on the stage. I've got a few questions for our panelists, but you're also going to have an opportunity to ask some questions. So I encourage you to be thinking about those and jotting them down so that we have space. If you're part of the online audience, thank you for joining us, and we encourage you also to include those. If you see me looking at my phone, it's because I'm monitoring for online questions. Just excited to jump into this. Thank you very much, Karen and Hope, for kicking us off. And I'm going to circle back. But first, I want to ask Mercedes a question. So Mercedes, you're at the Inter-American Development Bank. You guys work closely with governments throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. We've heard a little bit from Karen about kind of what works insofar as we know. We've heard a little bit from Hope about the challenges of getting these programs and interventions right and getting them in place. So as you think about the work that you and that the IDB are doing with governments, what do you see as the priority interventions or policies or programs in this space?
So thank you so very much, Dave, for the invitation. It's a really pleasure to be here with all of you. Let me maybe start by saying that the context in which we think strategies to prevent violence has changed in the last 2 decades. And let me start by that because I think it's a very important point. I think digitalization, artificial intelligence has changed a lot the channels in which that are kind of somehow the adverse childhood experiences that our children have. Some of them are happening through different channels than the usual ones. So that's one point that I wanted to make. And that exposure to violence is also changing dramatically, or at least significantly, according to neuroscience, the brains of our children and our youth. And I think that it's an important factor that we need to bring into the conversation of preventing violence. And let me just give you, and I'm sure you've read the papers, but we are starting to see evidence from longitudinal studies on exposure to digital devices, how it affects the brain of children and youth. And we know that in a recent publication that children that have a high level of exposure from 0 to 2 to digital devices have what is called accelerated maturation of the brain, which is not good. It's actually, these kids are actually jumping steps in the development of their brains. So when they grow up, they are more exposed to anxiety, potentially depression, so mental health issues, but they also are less flexible. Their brain is less flexible, and so they lose flexibility and resilience. So this is one factor in early childhood. But we know also that our youth that is using or is exposed to, again, screens, digital devices, but also to social media, this also is affecting the way the brain develops. So basically we know that it's a critical age for prefrontal cortex development, and it delays the development of the prefrontal cortex. And we also know that is also going to affect the way they actually perform in terms of executive functioning and other critical competence, abilities or skills that are necessary for life. And so, and again, we also know that all these things are affecting mental health, depression, and so on. So I'm bringing this topic because I think sometimes it's a little bit overshadowed in the conversation, and I think it's a contextual factor that is critical for any conversation about prevention of violence, because this is a channel through which our youth are more exposed to at-risk behavior and so on. So this is one point that I wanted to make. The other thing, and so we are at the IDB really taking note and trying to bring this into the conversation, but also produce evidence data and so on. So this is one important point. The other thing is on what works. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations during the day, and we have the experts here who've been showing, and Karen did a great presentation as well as Hope on what works to prevent school violence. One of the things that, again, I want to bring into the conversation is about effect sizes and what is the evidence, what does the evidence come from? And we know that a majority of the evidence doesn't come from low and middle income countries. So we have a scarcity of evidence, but we also know that evidence is located in the US and in Europe. 60% of the evidence, according to a study that some of the studies, approximately comes from the US. And so that's another important point. It's not just evidence is scarce, but it's also geographically located. So we need to do more also on low and middle income context to learn about it. And when we also look at the size effects of the evidence that we have, we see that effect sizes in low income contexts tend to be higher, which means that whatever we are doing in those more restricted contexts in terms of resources is actually working and is meaningful, makes a huge difference. So it's also something to take into account in the conversation. By the way, in LAC, the evidence is very scarce and is limited, and the effect sizes are not as big as in low-income countries. So another piece of evidence. And the other thing I wanted to mention is when we talk about what to prioritize, more specifically what to prioritize. I think one key message that we get out of the evidence is that get kids to school early, so intervene early. Early childhood interventions programs are critical to prevent violence. And then keep children and youth in schools. That's the other key message that I think is very important. So, and for that, we know there is specific interventions to make schools a safe environment. That is important for kids to remain in school. But there are also other types of interventions that we know, like early warning systems. We need to make sure that we identify the youth at risk or the children at risk early on. But we also we compare those flags with actual interventions, because if we flag but we are unable to act on that, we have a real credibility issue. We have a real problem, right? So we know also that we were talking before about tutoring programs, teaching at the right level. We need to make sure that those kids that school makes sense and has a purpose for kids. And the only way we can do that is by making sure that they are learning in school. And for that, we have a number of programs also to make sure that schools is relevant for kids in terms of social-emotional development and cognitive development. And then there is a point that Hope mentioned on the multidimensionality of interventions. It's not about one, it's about the system of interventions that we actually provide to in school and out of school through parenting interventions and so on, that is going to make the recipe. It's going to be the production function is not a one single intervention. It's a number of interventions that we need to do in a coordinated manner, and this is actually part of the challenge that we have.
I think that's very true, and I'll just riff on something you mentioned about the importance of keeping kids in school. We did a study recently here at the Center for Global Development looking at in-school and out-of-school kids. School-related violence is a massive problem. We need to do a lot about it. In every country we looked at, kids were at least as safe in school as they were out of school, right? So no matter how big the problem is, keep those kids in school and then tackle the school violence problem, right? But the solution is not to keep the kids at home. It's not to get those kids in the workforce. They're less safe in virtually every other environment, even while we recognize the gravity of this problem. Laura, I want to come to you. International Education Funders Group, we've heard a lot of research over the course of today and the work that we saw presented here. A lot of this comes from public health, from epidemiology. I feel like there is a gap in the education space. So why is this, and Rachel in her welcome commented how this was kind of the stain that everyone in education looks away from, right? Why is this so underfunded, underdiscussed, understudied from the education funders' perspective?
Maybe to give a bit of context, so IEFG is a unknown entity to most unless you are an education funder. It is the Education Philanthropy Network that connects 100 different foundations around the world. And to be honest, I remember someone from the CGD team a few years ago putting that question directly to funders, saying what are you all doing if your kids are not safe? And also if your kids are not fed, and if they've got lead. I mean, the CGD messages are loud and clear and have been strong for a long time. Then what are you all doing? This kind of, and it's a question that we still have today. I'm not going to give kind of a whole set of answers, but it is a question that has, I would say, accelerated in attention over recent years, I think particularly with the ministerial, and I think this kind of demonstration that these moments can be kind of catalytic or light bulb moments. Before that ministerial, there were a group of funders coming together, particularly because CGD plus the Global Partnership for Education and FCDO had run an event that went through some of the summaries of the evidence and said, we do know what to do about it. We do know enough about the prevalence. We know the scale of the issue, and we know that there's a good architecture out there of organizations that have expertise to be able to help others, right? So we've got the kind of basics of the architecture, right? Let's all rock up, and school violence happens to be one of the 3 main themes that are ministerial. It's all laid out for you, right? No education philanthropy organization went to that event. And the question came back, well, why? Why did that happen? We'd done briefings for those child protection funders, for the GBV funders. Lots and lots of funders were at that event, but not specifically from the education lens. And so Wellspring funded a piece of research that we did that really dug into it, right? That really dug into perspectives of education funders very specifically. And I guess the good news to start with is that education funders do more than you think. They just don't call it violence, right? And the word violence is sometimes hidden, and it's called safety, or it's called environment, or it's called well-being or something. So there is a lot of will. There is recognition of the problem. But there are structural issues that keep it invisible. I think going back to what Rachel said, there are structural issues that are keeping this issue sort of under the radar, and ultimately then that doesn't translate into advocacy, funding flows, and operational stuff that they could be doing more of and better, right? And so this research it dug into a whole range of different publications across education funders, and then went into focus groups and conversations to try and unpack what is it specifically, right? What are the barriers? And there's a whole kind of report coming out with kind of 8 different logic models and 4 different kind of operational constraints. But it does ultimately come down to nervousness of reputational risk, right? That if you go to your board and you say we're going to tackle violence, your board is probably more likely to want to work on something positive. And so it comes back to what you're saying, let's call it good schools, let's frame it positively. There's a worry about risk to relationships. If you've got a relationship with the government, you've got a relationship with you've been funding a school chain, and you start saying, hey, hang on, what about the violence levels? That's going to be a risk to the relationship, and that's going to be a risk actually to kind of access and engagement for wider influence and the other things. There is, I think, at least one of the strong themes that came out from the research was not necessarily a distrust of evidence, but certainly a not buying that this matters for education, and therefore a sense that it's okay because child protection funders are doing something about it, or health funders are doing anything about it. So that there are various different reasons that ultimately mean that it goes under the radar. We do have a set of now pathways that say, well, look, there's different archetypes of funder, and different language is going to work with different types of funder, different incentives. So maybe for the evidence-oriented funders, you want to, we package the evidence in certain ways, like, that you use certain language to try to be able to engage them. And that's kind of where we are now. Like, we're not at the end of the road of engaging the education funders yet. And there's certainly, as I say, the kind of positive message is that there's more will than you might think. But we're on a journey then to working out, and this is why it's so wonderful to be in the room here, that we're on a journey to trying to translate some of those really concrete things that can be done, and can be done now, not just by, one education funder who says, this is my thing. Sure, we need that, but also that every education funder can do in partnership with colleagues who are working on child protection, GBV, and other things.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. No, I think this is absolutely crucial. Like thinking about the framing to bring a much broader group into this big tent. There's room for everybody. We don't need to get hung up on one framing. I want to come back to something from Karen, your presentation. Scale, of course, is everyone's favorite word. And you mentioned that there's just a small handful of things that have been scaled. If we wanted to think about like what the, 1 or 2 things that you see as kind of the most promising at scale right now, right? Obviously, I think the message is clear that we need to learn a lot more, right? But, where would you put some money?
I love this theoretical money. Okay.
See what I got.
So I think to me, and again, with my researchy hat on, like we're at a stage where we don't know that much at all. So to me, I would be setting about this quite strategically and testing interventions that have different models of scaling attached to them. So there's some interventions which are maybe very much designed to be implemented just completely by government within a system, not any external help. Try one of those. I personally think violence interventions are much more likely to be effective where there's partners between external people who have got a lot of violence prevention expertise, who are working closely with a government system, so that there's that expertise and teachers aren't overburdened. So I would try testing one of those. So go alongside that model. And then maybe there's a whole nother model that I've not thought of. But yeah, for me, rather than thinking about particular interventions, I think we need to be just looking at different models of how can we scale.
I think that's excellent. Hope, something that you talked about.
Sorry that
Yeah,
I'm
please.
breaking a little bit the protocol. But just wanted to be a little bit provocative on that last point, if I may. Because I think on the one hand, Laura was saying, we don't, this topic doesn't catch attention. Rachel said before, this is an unseen, one of the unseen topics. On the other hand, we are repeating a lot that we don't have evidence, so we are not so sure about what to do. So there is a little bit of a,
tension.
Of a tension here, because if we don't know what to do, it's very difficult that anybody's going to want to put the money into something that we don't know, right? So we need maybe, just suggesting, it's just a reflection, that we maybe need to start rethinking a little bit about the narrative. And let me, on that, just give you a flavor of something that I was, as you know, I've been quite obsessed in the last couple of years or so about how tech impacts our children, our youth, and so on. It's obvious from the comments I'm making. But there's been a ban in Australia and Europe about access to social media and other platforms, and for youth. And the latest announcement came from the Prime Minister in Spain, President in Spain, saying that every child below 16 will be banned from access to social media. And so this is a huge experiment, social experiment, that some countries are making, because we know that there is a relationship, or they are assuming, or they believed the theory of change that experts presented, that if kids have excessive exposure or early exposure to these kind of things, bad things are going to happen, not only cognitively, but also in terms of mental health and violence and suicide and other things. So it's a huge experiment. It's a huge bet from the part of the regulators on this. And they are taking a risk because actually the evidence is not that robust, but still they have decided that they want to make that bold movement, do the ban, implement the ban, and then in 2 or 3 years we will see with the data and eventually tells us about this huge social experiment. I'm just putting this out there because that might be something that we might want to consider about the narrative about.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a great point. Bold experimentation and learning from it. Like, we've got a lot of researchers, and our inclination is always like, okay, let's figure out how to do it. Let's test 6 more times in 6 different places, and we should do that. But bold moves and having the narrative be like, it's worth taking a chance in doing something big because the problem is so big, so important. I think related to that, I think, so Hope, you talked about the iterative nature in the Uganda experience and how challenging it was to kind of get it right in Uganda, how much buy-in, right? The goals, but a lot of good success. The randomized control trial showed great impacts. Do we have to do that in every new place? So with the Gold Schools Toolkit, for example, you've learned a lot in Uganda. How well does that translate if we want to go and do that somewhere else?
Okay, thank you so much. For starters, yes, there is a lot that we learned along the way, and I alluded to some of the things that were coming out. Like when we wanted to scale, when we wanted to go to secondary, we realized that there are dynamics that needed to be addressed in terms of the context, in terms of, for example, gender fairness or sexual violence. There was a high prevalence, for example, in secondary school, sexual violence, and then bullying. So that meant that we needed to introduce some sessions, for example, sessions on power, on gender fairness, on health relationships. Those came in the secondary school adaptation. And now, for the agile version we are having now, there was feedback around the GST being, initially it was 18 months, and then there was feedback from the government and others. This is a bit bulky. This is taking so long. Can we harmonize with a calendar year for the school? So we've had all those conversations, but instead of taking a deductive process, we had to get into a study with partners like Ipsos, ID Insight research partners, and our own experience built over the time to find out, go back to the schools where we left many years ago and find what are some of the ideas which are still alive. Not necessarily the activities, but the ideas which we could see still alive in the schools, and what was the reason behind them still being alive. And then what are some of the common activities that schools are saying they're implementing on a daily, and they're yielding the results. So all those and that information helped us to come up with this scalable version, which we are using we're going to actually conduct an RCT, and part of the reasons behind the RCT is this evidence gap. This time around, because when we did the initial RCT, it was very silent around the issue of education outcomes. But now we want to test this GST Agile vis-a-vis, preventing violence. Of course, the proof of concept is already there. We know that it prevents, but then how do we relate it to the education outcomes? Maybe then somebody might not want to reinvent, but they can scale because it's adaptable and it is something that different people are now using in different countries. We've been approached by countries in Tanzania, in Cote d'Ivoire. They've reached out for support, and Raising Voices is supporting in terms of providing technical assistance. And we've had lessons that some of these ideas are actually thriving because, again, it's an issue of principles, but not necessarily the activities. So if you asked me, the GST is actually adaptable, and it is one that can be implemented in different contexts. For the government, again, it's a journey. It has taken both the formal and informal relationships. We've had to have coffee meetings in order to get some allies before we even go to the room to have the discussions. There are places where we've had to sit with other like-minded organizations who have experienced these ideas, so that when we are having the conversations, it's not only about raising voices speaking about this, but people who have experienced the ideas. And we've seen even people from the media now come on board, and they are speaking about their experience. So it's taken a lot of multimedia campaigns that we've conducted over the years, beyond just having the school activities, but having everybody through the school environment and anybody that interacts. We are now looking at, recently we were having a conversation with the Ministry of Education. They would like to revise the indicators. When the district inspector of schools, they go to the school to inspect the schools, what parameters are they looking at when they look at violence against children? And we tried it in some of the districts where we're doing direct implementation, and they infused some of the ideas in their tool at that level. But now how do we make sure that it's at the national level where it's mandatory for every inspector of schools when they go in to look at some of these indicators? So those are some of the best practices that we feel can be replicated.
Fabulous. And I saw Laura and Mercedes nodding, especially on this point about how the most important conversations about implementation and these bold proposals are often the conversations that happen before the official conversation, right? I have more questions, but I want to make sure we get some questions from the room, and so I'll try to squeeze some of mine in later on. Can we take a few questions from the room? I can see, so let's take one from Sophia from here, and then one from Crystal here, and then you in the black. Sorry, I don't know everyone. I'm doing my best.
So thank you so much for the panel. It's amazing, and I hope hearing you speak about the implementation and these details is just really encouraging. So thank you so much. So my question is a bit of based on the lessons from what we heard this morning and some of the papers that are also coming tomorrow. So it's not the case that we don't have evidence for the role of the impact of education, for the impact of violence on education. We saw evidence this morning very clearly, fantastic evidence being up for publication in the best journals out there in economics, showing effects on reductions in violence, enrollment, grades, entering into the best schools in those countries, evidence from Peru, Colombia, and more out there coming from other countries tomorrow. We also have evidence that's coming tomorrow showing that why is it not working? Even done when it's very similar programs and it doesn't work because of various issues which the authors will describe. So I wanted to push back on this aspect that we don't have evidence, or the education teams are not engaging, because it's not quite there that right now. So we do have convincing emerging evidence. So why is it that the message is not passing along?
All right, let's take these other two. Then we'll come back to the panel.
Hi, thank you. As a former funder and before that a practitioner, I love research and I want things to go faster. And so I feel like what is enough? If you look at the Raising Voices experience, and we had a collaboration and partnership with them for years, very impressed by all of the work they've done. They have so many lessons that can be useful for other countries around the world. So I'm wondering what can be done in a more proactive sense. And I know Raising Voices has done various things to support other countries in developing a similar program, and really telling them what the challenges they might face, how they're, the trajectory of what they had to do to get to scale, which is kind of the thing that everybody wants. We're in the education system. Scale is going to be really important in order to do something. So I'm just wondering, how can the ones that like Raising Voices that have these long experiences with very deep knowledge be more proactive about sharing that with others so others can do it? Because this is an urgent issue. I know we're just thinking, okay, let's do some more research, we need more evidence, but there's a lot of evidence out there and there's a lot of very deep expertise. How can that be spread further and go deeper and go to scale in other countries other than Uganda?
Hi, everybody. I just walked in, so no problem that you don't know my name. I'm impressed that you even know the names of some colleagues. I'm Alessandra Guedes, and I sit at UNICEF in Ocenti, which is our Office of Strategy and Evidence. So I'm not surprised that there's a bit of interest in this issue and tension around, is there evidence, isn't there evidence, is it enough, is it not enough? I've worked on violence prevention for 30 years. Even AI doesn't understand, I guess. And I think the issue of who we are talking to is important. But I think one thing for us to remember is that there is a cost to implementing an intervention that's not effective, right? Not only in terms of resources that are going from an education sector or a health sector, et cetera, to an intervention that is not going to be effective, but that can potentially be harmful. Karen mentioned it very well. If we're going to be talking about violence in whatever environment, disclosure is going to come up. If you're not ready, prepared to respond, then there's a potential for us to do more harm. So it is true that the magnitude of the problem requires us to act. It is also true that we have some evidence to suggest the direction. And it's also true that we need more investment to further generate evidence. And we need to reconcile that, in whatever form to different audiences, because otherwise we're shooting ourselves in the foot. If we go out there and we say to a ministry or whoever else that we know what to do, we're not doing us a favor. Yeah, just putting that out there.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the panel. We'll try to do, if we can be as efficient as we can, we'll try to do one more round because we have a lot of questions here. I'm going to do an initial assignation, and then people are welcome to jump in. Karen, we have a bunch of evidence. Like, why don't people know that? Hope, why aren't you guys doing more to get the message out on what's going on? Mercedes, you advocate these big, bold moves. How do we make sure we're not hurting kids in the process of making these bold moves? Let's start from there.
Love it. Okay. Yeah. No, I think this is a really important conversation, and I really appreciate your comments about the narrative around the evidence, and it is really important in how we frame that. But I also think, we get into sometimes a bit of a false dichotomy, and I am struck again by the Raising Voices work. And particularly, I think when we're talking about moving to scale, we need to not do research and then wait and then implement. We need to embed research alongside scale up that is already happening. So research to me, it just means we need to learn from what we do. And that is of absolutely fundamental importance. And they're not, it's not opposing goals. I'll stop there.
Why are we not doing enough?
To get that message about this effective program that you're implementing.
No, I think for starters, the toolkit is open source material. It's on the website, and many organizations have reached out. Raising Voices might not have the capacity to provide technical assistance to everyone, but we are currently building what we call a pool of resource persons. These are education stakeholders who have interacted and experienced the Good School Toolkit, and now they're at a level where they can provide technical assistance and train organizations and others who are willing to do the implementation. So I think we are going to do enough.
Sounds great. Give her 10 minutes. We're gonna get this there. May I say this, how do we balance, how do we make sure we keep kids safe, we don't waste resources even while we're moving forward boldly?
Yes. So I think it's a very important point because it's true that there is a cost for making mistakes, but there is a huge cost for inaction, for not doing enough, for not doing anything. And the only way we learn is by making mistakes. That's what we teach our children, right? So, you know, so this is one point. And let me connect this one to you, another one which also actually links the two conversations and questions that we were having. Ministers of finance, and we deal with that at multilateral organizations, we deal with those conversations, sectoral ministers and ministers of finance, the ones that have the money and the ones that have the needs. And ministers of finance at the end of the day need to make decisions, hard decisions, where we put the money. And if we bring to the table a bag of doubts, they are not going to put their money into those interventions. This is number one. There are huge opportunity costs for ministers of finance. There are huge demands in countries, and this is kind of at the end of the day, they need to make choices, and choices are based on evidence, data, and pressure, and the political economy. And if any of those things are not there, the result is going to be no investment. And so there is also something to consider in that conversation. And I think also about the competing priorities, about the money, there is also another dimension, and I want to ask all of you in the room and my colleagues, my colleague panelists, is who is the owner of this issue? Who is the owner? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Because the Minister of Education has other priorities, more pressing priorities, in their opinion. I'm not saying this is not, but they have priorities that are top on the list. The Minister of Justice, of Interior, and others have also other priorities. That is not school violence. So when you look in the room and say, who owns this issue? You don't have a doliente. You don't have the person. And this is, again, something that we need to think about. Who is the owner? Because I don't see it in the room.
It's a huge challenge, and I think also because it's tempting to say, well, this is all of our problem, but as soon as it's all of our problem, it becomes nobody's problem. So we're coming up against time. I know we have a lot of valuable comments. We have one question from online that I think comes to Laura, which is, what would you say in terms of practical actions that investors, the kinds of funders that you work with, as well as I know you're an acute observer of the international financial institutions, practical actions that you would point to get more attention to promoting child protection and safeguarding?
So 4 that I have on the top of my head because CGD and we at IFG, together with the GBV Funders Group and Elevate Children Funders Group and the Safeguarding Collaborative are all working together tomorrow to gather a whole group of funders from different sectors together. So you come and find one of us and tell us what those practical things are, because we've got 4 buckets, basically. We've got advocacy, talk about it, raise it, say the word violence, don't hide behind it, say the word violence, go to the ministerial, show up. Use your government, all sorts of things. Domestic philanthropy of huge government relationships, use them better. Research, yes, invest in the research, but also generate the data carefully. But, engage in the knowledge. 3, programmatic. There are things that can be done without going to shift your existing portfolios of funding, add them on. And so the tangible examples of take the GST, share it, apply it, it's there, it's open source, go. What are the kind of practical things that can be done? And then I think most practical of all for funding organizations is tackle your safeguarding. And And there's been a huge, I used to work for the FCDO, there was a huge push years ago on safeguarding within the bilateral sphere, but it's less so in philanthropy. And there is a safeguarding collaborative that aims to tackle and help with all of that, all the way down the kind of, the delivery chain. So I think give us as many practical examples as you can, and we will, put those out there as fundable, engageable opportunities. One thing maybe just to kind of come back on that, though, in the advocacy for school violence mitigation and response itself, is that point around the evidence and saying we don't know enough and we don't know what we're doing. And I mean, that is a tension across, I've only ever worked in education. It is a tension across the entire sphere. We're working in a field that had The Economist writing in a piece last April, aid to education was a waste of money. Paying teacher salaries was a waste of money, alongside investment in health, humanitarian, and climate was worth it. We're working in a sector that is believed to be unevidenced, and I think we did spend a while saying kids are in school and not learning and we're not quite sure why. And I was part of building an evidence agenda that tried to answer that. But in the meantime, probably there was a bit of narrative that said, we don't know what we're doing. When that comes up against other sectors, of course, ministers are going to make decisions that say, we'll go with the one that can tell us they know what we're doing. So while lobbying for and advocating for attention to school violence, I believe we all have to raise together for education, whether you work on an ECD or foundational learning or TVET or school violence, adolescent girls, whatever it is, there are key messages that come together that say we believe in investing in education, we know it's working, there is an evidence base out there, and we're doing it. And I think there are opportunities where we just need to raise that together.
I think this is absolutely true. We're at time. Over time, we have a reception coming immediately after this. I encourage everyone to figuratively tackle our speakers and follow up with them. I am going to say no violence, it's figurative. I'm going to say two things to end. One is I'm a parent, a lot of us are parents, there are a lot of parents around the world. There's nothing more important to me in my child's school experience than them being safe. Now, one of the things we've heard today, different parents view this differently about exactly what that means, children being safe, right? Disagree about, what kinds of discipline are appropriate. That's absolutely true. But this is the number one priority, keeping children safe in this space. And so we need to find the owner. But in the meantime, like Laura said, we are all champions for this, for acting now and continuing to learn as we act and sharing that knowledge. Thank you all for being here, for being a part of this conversation. For those who want more, we're continuing the research workshop tomorrow, both here in person and virtually. I encourage you to continue participating, continue talking, and continue acting. Thank you very much.